Hello everyone, and welcome to the Beast fanfic. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Goku unsealed the rabbit goddess Kaguya Ōtsutsuki and became her consort. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Dimensional Rift. The mountain range erupted with golden light as Goku's aura pulsed against the morning sky. Rocks levitated around him, cracking under the pressure of his ki as he pushed his Super Saiyan form to its limits. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trailing down his determined face as he held the transformation steady, searching for that elusive next level of power that always seemed just beyond reach. Almost there, he muttered to himself. Teeth gritted as the familiar strain of his muscles reaching their threshold sent waves of pain through his body. The sensation was almost comforting now, a reminder that he was growing stronger. 3 years had passed since the Cell Games. 3 years of peace that had allowed him to focus solely on training, to push beyond what even he thought possible. With each passing day, the memory of his sacrifice against Cell felt more distant, yet the lessons remained. Power wasn't just about strength, it was about protection, about responsibility. As the golden flames of his aura intensified, Goku sensed something unusual, a subtle disruption in the air around him. He paused, his warrior instincts immediately alert. It wasn't ki, at least not any type he recognized. The disturbance felt more fundamental, as if reality itself were bending. What the? His question remained unfinished as the space before him rippled, the air folding inward like fabric being pinched from another dimension. Colors swirled where there should be only sky, forming a spiraling vortex that pulsed with unfamiliar energy. Goku lowered his guard slightly, curiosity overcoming caution. He'd encountered many strange phenomena throughout his adventures, but this was different. It didn't feel malevolent, just wrong, as if two things that shouldn't touch were suddenly pressed against each other. He approached cautiously, extending his senses. "Hello, anyone there?" His voice echoed strangely, distorted by the swirling energies. The vortex expanded suddenly, its edges reaching out like tendrils. Goku jumped back, raising his arms in a defensive posture, but he wasn't quite fast enough. One tendril brushed against his arm, and he felt an immediate pull, not physical, but something deeper. As if his very essence were being drawn in. "Wait, I'm not." He struggled against the force, planting his feet firmly and channeling his ki downward to anchor himself, but the pull only intensified. The vortex was no longer just before him, it surrounded him completely, reality twisting until he could no longer distinguish up from down. For a moment that stretched into eternity, Goku existed everywhere and nowhere. His consciousness scattered across what felt like infinite space. Then, with a violent snap, he felt himself reconstituting, molecules rushing back together as he was forcefully ejected into somewhere else. He hit the ground hard, the impact sending him skidding through unfamiliar soil. Trees, different from those around his mountain training ground, splintered as he crashed through them, finally coming to rest against a massive stone formation. That was unexpected. Goku groaned, shaking his head to clear it as he pushed himself up from the crater his landing had formed. His Super Saiyan form had dissipated during the transition, leaving him in his base state. The air felt different here, heavier somehow, charged with an energy that wasn't quite ki. As his senses adjusted, Goku realized he was in a forest clearing dominated by the stone formation he'd crashed into. But it wasn't just any rock, it was a perfectly smooth monolith covered in intricate symbols that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. The entire area hummed with contained power, reminiscent of the sacred places he'd encountered during his travels, yet wholly unique. "Where am I?" he wondered aloud, turning slowly to take in his surroundings. The trees were tall and ancient, their canopy filtering sunlight into ethereal beams that illuminated particles dancing in the air. Birds called in the distance, though their songs were unfamiliar to his ears. As Goku approached the monolith, the symbols pulsed brighter, responding to his presence, or perhaps to the dimensional energy still clinging to him. He reached out cautiously, fingertips hovering just above the surface. "I probably shouldn't touch this," he murmured, even as his hand drifted closer, drawn by an instinct he couldn't name. The moment his skin made contact, the symbols erupted with blinding light. The ground beneath him trembled as hairline fractures appeared across the monolith's surface, spreading like lightning through stone. Goku leapt back, dropping into a defensive stance as the entire structure began to disintegrate. Definitely shouldn't have touched that, he admitted, bracing himself for whatever might emerge. The monolith didn't simply crumble, it imploded, collapsing inward to reveal a swirling vortex of purple and silver energy. From within this dimensional tear emerged a figure, floating gracefully despite the chaotic energies surrounding her. She was unlike any being Goku had encountered. Flowing white hair framed a delicate face marked with 2 small horns and a third eye in the center of her forehead. Her skin was pale as moonlight, her expression regal and cold as her feet touched the forest floor. The power emanating from her was immense, not raw destructive force like Frieza or Cell, but something more ancient and fundamental. Their eyes met across the clearing, and Goku felt a jolt of recognition that defied explanation. Something about her reminded I am of the gods he'd encountered throughout his adventures, that same sense of agelessness and otherworldly presence. You, she spoke, her voice melodious yet sharp with accusation. You are not of this world, yet you have broken my seal. Her eyes narrowed, the third eye on her forehead glowing ominously. Who are you, creature of foreign energy, to interfere in matters beyond your understanding? Goku straightened, relaxing his stance slightly though remaining alert. Experience had taught him that showing immediate hostility rarely led to anything good. I'm Son Goku, he replied simply. And I didn't mean to break anything. I just sort of appeared here. He scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish smile. Some kind of dimensional thing grabbed me while I was training. The woman's expression didn't soften, but something flickered in her eyes, curiosity, perhaps. Training, she repeated, as if tasting the word. Your energy, it is not chakra. She moved closer, EAC. Stepped graceful despite the crater-riddled ground. What manner of power courses through you, Son Goku? It's called Ki, he explained, summoning a small ball of golden energy to his palm as demonstration. Life energy. Where I come from, we use it for fighting, flying, that sort of thing. He extinguished the energy ball with a flex of his fingers. And you are? A slight smile curved her lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. I am Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, progenitor of chakra, mother of all shinobi arts. Her gaze swept the forest around them. Though it seems much has changed during my imprisonment. How long, I wonder? Before Goku could respond, he sensed multiple energy signatures approaching rapidly, different from Ki, yet recognizable as living beings with considerable power. He turned toward their approach, noting that Kaguya had also tensed, her expression hardening. We've got company, he warned unnecessarily. Shinobi, Kaguya confirmed, her tone contemptuous. My ungrateful children's descendants, no doubt come to ensure I remain sealed. She floated upward slightly, energy gathering around her hands. I will not return to that Prisser ward, raising a hand in a calming gesture. Hey, let's not jump to conclusions. Maybe they're just curious about all the commotion. Despite his words, he remained alert. Years of experience had taught him how quickly situations could escalate. Moments later, figures emerged from the trees, moving with inhuman speed and precision. They surrounded the clearing, maintaining distance but clearly ready to attack. Goku counted 12 individuals, each wearing similar outfits with metal headbands bearing a stylized leaf symbol. A woman stepped forward from the group. Despite her youthful appearance, something in her amber eyes' poke of experience beyond her apparent years. Blonde hair framed a face set in stern determination, and the green coat she wore fluttered in the energy-disturbed air. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, she said, her voice carrying impressive authority. And an unknown entity. Her gaze shifted to Goku, assessing. Identify yourself and explain how you've broken the most secure seal in shinobi history. Kaguya laughed, the sound both beautiful and chilling. You speak as if you have authority over me, child. I was devouring worlds before your ancestors drew breath. Tension crackled in the air, and Goku recognized the imminent signs of combat. He'd been in enough confrontations to know what happened next unless someone diffused the situation. I'm Son Goku, he interjected, stepping deliberately between Kaguya and the newcomers. And this is all just a big misunderstanding. I'm not from around here. Got pulled through some kind of dimensional rift while I was training. crashed into that stone thing and accidentally let her out. He gestured toward Kaguya, who regarded him with a mixture of surprise and annoyance. The blonde woman's eyes narrowed. You expect me to believe you accidentally Relia? Said a being it took the combined might of the greatest shinobi in history to seal. Goku shrugged. I don't expect anything. It's just what happened. He offered his most disarming smile. Look, I don't want to fight you. Any of you, he added, glancing meaningfully at Kaguya. Step aside, one of the masked shinobi demanded. The rabbit goddess must be contained before she regains her full power. Kaguya's expression darkened at these words. You know nothing of my power, nor of my purpose. The lies my son spread have distorted history beyond recognition. Lady Tsunade, another shinobi addressed the blonde woman. Our sensors indicate both targets possess chakra levels beyond measuring. We should retreat and request reinforcements. Tsunade's expression remained impassive, though. Goku detected a flicker of concern in her eyes. That won't be necessary. If they intended immediate hostility, we would already be engaged. Her gaze locked with Goku's. You claim this was an accident. Completely. Goku confirmed. I was just minding my own business, training in the mountains, when this weird vortex thing appeared and pulled me in. Next thing I know, I'm crashing into that stone and she's coming out of it. He paused, then added truthfully, I don't even know where. Here is. Before Tsunade could respond, the forest erupted with new energy, darker, more malevolent than anything Goku had sensed since arriving. Trees at the edge of the clearing withered instantly, their life force drained by whatever approached. The shinobi immediately shifted formation, several producing weapons from hidden holsters. Through the newly created path of destruction stepped a figure that radiated wrongness. It appeared humanoid but moved with jerking, unnatural motions, as if its body were merely a poorly operated puppet. Its skin shimmered with the same energy Goku had seen in the dimensional rift, and where a face should be was only a swirling vortex of darkness. Dimensional breach detected, it spoke, its voice echoing as if coming from multiple sources simultaneously. Foreign entity identified, consuming, proceeding. What is that thing? One of the masked shinobi demanded. Kunai raised defensively. Kaguya's expression showed genuine concern for the first time. A void walker, she murmured. They hunt between dimensions, feeding on the energy released when barriers weaken. Her eyes met Goku's accusingly. Your transition must have attracted it. The creature lurched forward suddenly, moving with surprising speed despite its awkward gait. It reached for the nearest shinobi. Fingers elongating grotesquely. Goku reacted instinctively, crossing the distance in a blur. He intercepted the creature's arm with a precision strike that should have severed the limb. Yet his fist passed through as if striking smoke, the momentary resistance quickly giving way. Physical attacks ineffective, the creature intoned, sounding almost amused. It redirected toward Goku, both arms stretching impossibly. Foreign energy, appetizing. As the creature's hands neared Goku's chest, they were suddenly repelled by an invisible barrier. Kaguya stood with arm extended, her third eye glowing intensely. Dimensional energy can only be countered with the same, she stated coolly. Your ki is useless against it, as is their chakra. The Void Walker tilted its featureless head, regarding Kaguya with what might have been recognition. Ōtsutsuki. Unexpected. Consumption priority. Upgraded. It changed tactics, the darkness comprising its form expanding outward in tendrils that sought to encircle both Goku and Kaguya. The shinobi retreated further, clearly recognizing their weapons would be ineffective. Can you stop it? Tsunade called out, surprising Goku with her pragmatism. Despite clearly viewing Kaguya as a threat, she recognized the immediate danger posed by this new entity. Perhaps, Kaguya replied, creating a series of geometric symbols in the air with graceful movements of her hands. But not alone, not yet at full strength. Goku studied the creature, mind racing through options. If physical attacks wouldn't work, perhaps energy-based ones might. He gathered ki between his palms, forming a concentrated Kamehameha, smaller but more focused than his usual technique. Let me try something, he called to Kaguya. Can you hold it still for a moment? She glanced at him, surprise briefly crossing her features before she nodded. Briefly, with a gesture that reminded Goku of telekinesis, Kaguya manipulated the space around the Void Walker. constraining its movements as its tendrils struggled against invisible bonds. Now, she commanded. Goku unleashed his attack, the beam of concentrated ki striking the creature directly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the energy began to swirl, being absorbed into the void at the creature's core. But instead of strengthening it, the creature's form began to destabilize. The darkness comprising it rippling unnaturally. Too much. Too fast, it gurgled, its multi-layered voice distorting. Cannot process. Understanding dawned on Goku. It feeds on energy, but it can't handle too much at once. He called out, "We need to overload it." Kaguya's eyes widened slightly, comprehension immediate. A dangerous gambit, but possible. She released her restraining technique, allowing the creature freedom of movement once more. As it lurched toward them, she began gathering her own power. "I will open a pathway. You must force as much energy as you can through it." The shinobi had retreated to the edge of the clearing, watching the confrontation with a mixture of wariness and fascination. Tsunade stood her ground, however, observing with analytical intensity. "What can we do?" she called out. "Stay back," Goku warned. "This might get a little intense." Kaguya completed a complex series of movements, creating what appeared to be a tear in space direct L. Y between them and the approaching Void Walker. Unlike the chaotic rift that had brought Goku here, this portal was precisely controlled, its edges glowing with silvery light. "This will channel your energy directly into its core," she explained rapidly. "But the timing must be perfect. Too soon, and it will simply flee." 2. Understanding the unspoken consequence. He began gathering his power, pushing past his base form into Super Saiyan. Golden light erupted around him, his hair standing upright as it changed color. The transformation sent waves of energy cascading across the clearing, Florida, tending grass and causing the shinobi to brace themselves against its force. Tsunade's eyes widened. What manner of chakra is this? The Void Walker paused momentarily, as if reassessing the threat before it. Then, perhaps sensing the danger, it began to retreat, darkness pulling inward as if preparing to disappear entirely. "Now," Kaguya commanded, expanding the portal to intercept the creature's movement. Goku brought his hands forward, channeling his power into the most concentrated Kamehameha he could manage. The blue-white energy streamed through Kaguya's portal, disappearing into WH. It seemed like another dimension entirely. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the Void Walker convulsed violently, its form expanding and contracting as Goku's energy tore through its core. "More," Kaguya urged, her own hands extended as she added her power to the assault. "It is weakening." Goku pushed harder, tapping into the depths of his Super Saiyan power. The combined assault of Ki and Chakra, energies that should never have mixed, created a reaction beyond either's expectations. The Void Walker's form began to fracture, cracks of golden light appearing across its darkness. "It's working," Goku called out, maintaining the stream of energy despite the strain. With a sound like reality itself tearing, the creature imploded, collapsing inward until nothing remained but a small, dense sphere of compressed darkness hovering where it had stood. Kaguya immediately gestured, creating a smaller portal that swallowed the sphere before sealing itself with a flash of light. "Contained," she announced, lowering her hands. For now, Goku let his transformation fade, returning to his base form as he caught his breath. The exertion hadn't been physical so much as technical, channeling his energy with such precision while adapting to Kaguya's unfamiliar methods had required intense concentration. Silence fell across the clearing as the shinobi processed what they had witnessed. Tsunade stepped forward cautiously, her gaze moving between Goku and Kaguya. "It seems we find ourselves in an unusual situation," she said carefully. "Whatever your origins or intentions, you've just emanated a threat to Konoha, and potentially to the entire shinobi world." Kaguya regarded her coolly. "Do not mistake necessity for allegiance, child. I acted to preserve myself. And yet you coordinated perfectly with our visitor," Tsunade observed, glancing at Goku with renewed interest. "An impressive feat for someone supposedly consumed by hatred for humanity." Goku stepped forward, offering his hand in a gesture of peace. "Look, I don't know what history you folks have with Kaguya here, but I'm not looking for trouble. I just want to figure out how I got here and how to get back home." He paused, Then added thoughtfully. And maybe what that thing was, since it seemed pretty interested in both of us. Tsunade hesitated, then accepted the handshake, her grip firm and assessing. Tsunade Senju, 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. She released his hand, turning toward her subordinates. Stand down, but remain alert. We're taking these two back to the village for questioning. You presume much, Kaguya stated coldly. I go where I choose. Goku glanced between them, sensing the rising tension. Hey, I don't mind answering some questions. And honestly, I could use a meal and maybe some information. He turned to Kaguya. You said that thing was a void walker. You know more about it than I do. If they're dangerous, shouldn't we work together to figure this out? Kaguya's expression remained impassive, but something flickered in her pale eyes. Calculation, perhaps, or reluctant recognition of logic. The appearance of a void walker suggests greater dimensional instability than your mere arrival would cause. She admitted finally. There is merit in investigation. Tsunade watched this exchange with open interest. Then we are agreed, for now. You will accompany us to Konoha, where we can discuss these matters more thoroughly. Her tone made it clear this wasn't truly a request, though all present recognized that enforcing it against beings of such power would be problematic at best. As they prepared to depart, Goku noticed Kaguya studying him with undisguised curiosity. Your transformation, she said quietly, falling into step beside him as they followed Tsunade's lead. It was not a technique I recognize. Goku smiled, relaxing slightly now that immediate danger had passed. It's called Super Saiyan. Saiyans were a warrior race. I'm one of the last. He didn't elaborate on the complicated heritage that made this statement both true and not entirely accurate. And these Saiyans, they all possessed such power. There was something in her voice Goku couldn't quite place. Respect, perhaps, or wariness. Potentially, he answered truthfully. Though not many reached it. It requires a certain trigger, usually extreme emotion. He studied her as they walked. Curiosity of his own building. What about you? That portal thing was pretty impressive. And you knew what that creature was. Kaguya was silent for several steps before responding. I have traversed many dimensions in my existence. The space between worlds is not unknown to me, nor are its predators. Her voice lowered further, but their appearance here is concerning. Void walkers are drawn to dimensional weaknesses, feeding on the energy that bleeds through. If one found its way here, there might be more. Goku finished her thought, his expression growing serious. And bigger ones, probably. Their eyes met in mutual understanding, an unspoken alliance forming despite their vastly different origins and motivations. Whatever had brought Goku to this world, whatever history lay between Kaguya and these shinobi, the threat posed by dimensional instability transcended immediate concerns. As they continued toward Konoha, surrounded by wary shinobi, Goku couldn't help but wonder what chain of events he had set in motion, and what other dangers might follow him through the weakened barriers between worlds. The journey to Konoha took less time than Goku expected, primarily because the shinobi moved with impressive speed through the treetops. Though not as fast as he could fly, their efficiency and familiarity with the terrain was admirable. Kaguya floated alongside, seemingly unwilling to lower herself to jumping from branch to branch, while Goku alternated between following the shinobi's path and simply flying when the undergrowth became too dense. They emerged from the forest to a sight that made Goku pause in genuine appreciation. Nestled against a mountainside carved with enormous faces stood a village unlike any he had seen in his world. Traditional buildings with distinctly Eastern architecture were interspersed with more modern structures, all surrounded by a massive wall. Despite its martial appearance, there was something welcoming about Konoha, an atmosphere of life and community that reminded him somewhat of the bustling cities of his world, yet with a character entirely its own. Impressive, isn't it? Tsunade remarked, noting his expression. Konoha has stood for generations as the strongest of the hidden villages. It's different from where I come from, Goku admitted. But nice. Feels peaceful. Kaguya made a soft sound that might have been derision. A shinobi village, peaceful. What charming naivety. Tsunade's expression hardened slightly. Much has changed since your time, Lady Kaguya. The FIVE great nations have achieved a hard-won peace. As they approached the village gates, Goku noticed the guards' expressions shift from routine vigilance to stunned recognition as they spotted Kaguya. Word of their approach had evidently preceded them, as a welcoming committee huff. Welcoming might have been generous, given the tension evident in their stances. An elderly man with one arm wrapped in bandages stepped forward, his single visible eye narrowing as it fixed on Kaguya. Tsunade, you bring the greatest threat our world has ever known directly into our village. Madness. Careful, Danzo, Tsunade replied, her tone deceptively light. Our guests eliminated a threat that appeared capable of consuming chakra directly. A threat, I might add, that our conventional techniques seemed ineffective against. Danzo's gaze shifted to Goku, assessing. And this one, another Ōtsutsuki, Son Goku. Goku introduced himself with a slight bow, recognizing the political dynamics at play. He'd never been one for politics, but years of encountering different cultures had taught him when respect was warranted. I'm just a visitor. Got pulled here by accident. A likely story, Danzo muttered, though he seemed marginally less hostile toward Goku than Kaguya. The council must be convened immediately. Indeed, Tsunade agreed smoothly. But first, our guests will be provided appropriate accommodations. They've agreed to cooperate, Danzo. Let's not give them reason to reconsider. The implied threat hung in the air, not from Tsunade to Danzo, but the unspoken acknowledgement that neither Goku nor Kaguya could be truly contained if they chose otherwise. Danzo clearly recognized this reality, his displeasure evident but tempered by pragmatism. Very well, the Eastern diplomatic quarters should suffice. He turned to leave, pausing to add over his shoulder, I trust Anbu surveillance will be arranged. After he departed, Tsunade sighed almost imperceptibly. Forgive the welcome. Recent years have given us reason to be cautious of unexpected visitors. No offense taken, Goku assured her. I've had worse welcomes. He glanced at Kaguya, who maintained her regal bearing, despite the obvious hostility directed her way. Though maybe some explanation would help. You all seem to know who Kaguya is, but I'm completely in the dark here. Tsunade considered this request as they moved through the village, villagers stopping to stare at the strange procession. A fair point. Once you're settled, I'll arrange for someone to provide context. She glanced at Kaguya. From multiple perspectives, perhaps. Kaguya's expression remained impassive, though something like approval flickered briefly in her eyes. Wisdom unexpected in one so young. Yes, let your histories be examined alongside my truth. I wonder which shall prove more accurate. The diplomatic quarters turned out to be a modest but comfortable building near the Hokage's tower. Traditional in design, it toured separate chambers connected by a common area, with a small garden visible through paper screen doors. Guards positioned themselves discreetly outside, maintaining the pretense that they could cetually prevent departure if either guest chose to leave. Once alone in the common area, Goku stretched, rolling his shoulders to release tension he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. Well, that could have gone worse. At least no one's trying to kill anyone yet. Kaguya gazed out at the garden, her reflection ghostly in the paper screens. They fear me, as well they should. There was something melancholic beneath her cold exterior, a weariness that spoke of ancient burdens. Goku approached, maintaining a respectful distance. Why is that? What happened between you and these people? She turned slowly, studying him with those otherworldly eyes. You truly know nothing of this world's history, do you? When he shook his head, she continued, I came to this planet millennia ago. Eyebrow, GHT chakra, what you might call spiritual energy, to a world of warring primitives. I became their goddess, brought peace, bore sons who should have continued my work. Her expression darkened. Instead, they betrayed me, sealed me away, and rewrote history to cast me as villain rather than savior. Goku considered this carefully, and their version. No doubt they claim I sought to enslave humanity, to consume their chakra for my own purposes. She laughed softly, the sound lacking humor. Easier to justify patricide if one demonizes the victim. Before Goku could respond, a knock at the outer door announced a visitor. A silver-haired man entered, his face mostly covered by a mask, one eye concealed behind his headband. Despite his casual posture, Goku immediately recognized a formidable warrior. The relaxed stance was deceptive, ready to shift to combat in an instant. Yo, The newcomer greeted with a cheerful eye crease that suggested a smile beneath his mask. Hitaki Kakashi. Lad, why Tsunade asked me to provide some historical context for our dimensional visitor. His visible eye shifted to Kaguya, his casual demeanor unchanged despite facing a legendary threat. Lady Kaguya. Nay, Veer thought I'd see you outside a history book. Hitaki. Kaguya acknowledged coldly. Your chakra, Uchiha influence, though diluted. Interesting. Kakashi's eye widened slightly before he regained his composure. Perceptive. Yes, this eye was a gift from an Uchiha friend. He turned to Goku. I understand you're not from our world and might need some background on our complicated history with Lady Kaguya. Goku nodded gratefully. That would help. So far I've just heard her side, and I like getting the full picture before making judgments. This earned him a surprised glance from both Kakashi and Kaguya. Though for different reasons. Wise approach, Kakashi commented, settling onto one of the cushions arranged around a low table. Though I should warn you, our records of Kaguya's era are limited and largely passed down through oral tradition before being recorded. He glanced at Kaguya. Perhaps a comparative history lesson is in order. Your perspective followed by ours. Kaguya considered this proposal before nodding regally. Acceptable. Truth fears no comparison to fiction. What followed was one of the most fascinating historical discussions Goku had ever witnessed. Kaguya spoke of her arrival on Earth in search of the God Tree's fruit, her initially antagonistic view of humanity that softened as she lived among them, her efforts to bring peace through power, and her sense of betrayal when her sons turned against her. Kakashi then recounted the shinobi version, similar in broad strokes but different in crucial details, particularly regarding Kaguya's intent. Tions toward humanity and the nature of her divine rule. Throughout the exchange, Goku listened intently, asking occasional questions that revealed a more analytical mind than his casual demeanor might suggest. He had never been scholarly, but years of encountering different civilizations and cultures had taught him to look beneath surface narratives. So basically, he summarized when both had finished. You both agree Kaguya came from another world, brought chakra to humans, had 2 sons, and was eventually sealed away by them. The disagreement is about why. He looked between them, and nobody alive today actually witnessed any of this firsthand. Kakashi chuckled. An admirably concise summary. Yes, that's essentially correct. History is written by victors, Kaguya stated simply. My sons prevailed, so their narrative became truth. Or, Kakashi suggested mildly, multiple independent sources across generations maintained consistent accounts because they contained substantial truth. Before the discussion could continue, another knock interrupted them. A young woman with short black hair entered, carrying scrolls and what appeared to be clothing. Lady Tsunade sent these, she explained, setting the items on the table. Historical records for your review, and appropriate attire should you wish to change. Her eyes widened as she properly took in Kaguya's appearance, quickly bowing her head. Forgive the intrusion. Thank you, Shizune, Kakashi acknowledged. Any word on the council meeting? Tomorrow morning, she replied. Elder Danzo insisted on timenses. Her gaze flickered to Goku curiously. Lady Tsunade also mentioned you might be hungry. She's arranged for meals to be delivered shortly. At the mention of food, Goku's expression brightened considerably. That's great news. I'm starving. He turned to Kakashi. Fighting interdimensional monsters really works up an appetite. Shizune blinked in confusion, looking to Kakashi for explanation. Ah, yes, there was an incident during their arrival, some sort of creature Kaguya identified as a void walker. Apparently, it feeds on dimensional energy and was drawn to the disturbance that brought Goku here. Kakashi's tone remained casual, though his eye reflected serious concern. Lady Tsunade mentioned you both eliminated it rather effectively. Kaguya made a dismissive gesture. A minor specimen. Had it been fully mature, your village would now be a void in reality. This blunt assessment silenced the room momentarily before Goku spoke up. That's why we should probably work together to figure out what's happening with these dimensional rifts. If one void walker found its way here, others might follow. A concerning prospect, Kakashi agreed. And perhaps a topic for tomorrow's council meeting. He stood smoothly. I'll leave you to rest and refresh yourselves. Shizune can show you how to operate the amenities if needed. After Kakashi departed, Shizune efficiently expressed. Lane the accommodations, the bathing facilities, sleeping arrangements, and how to signal if they needed anything. She seemed nervous around Kaguya but maintained professional composure. The meals should arrive within the hour, she concluded, backing toward the door. Is there anything else you require? This is plenty, thanks, Goku assured her with a warm smile that seemed to ease her tension slightly. Once alone again, Goku explored the quarters with open curiosity, examining the traditional furnishings and paper screens with appreciation. Nice place. Reminds me of some of the mountain temples back home. Kaguya observed his exploration with detached interest. You adjust remarkably well to displacement, she noted. Most beings would be more distressed at finding themselves in another dimension. Goku laughed lightly. Not my first adventure in a strange place. Besides, panicking never helped anyone. He picked up one of the scrolls Shizune had brought, unrolling it to reveal text he couldn't read. Though I wish I could understand these. Might help fill in some blanks. The language has evolved, Kaguya observed, gliding closer to examine the scroll. But not beyond recognition. I could translate. If you wished, you'd do that, Goku asked, genuinely surprised by the offer. Something almost like amusement flickered across her features. You assisted me against the Void Walker without hesitation. Despite knowing nothing of me. A small reciprocation seems appropriate. Their eyes met. And for a moment, understanding passed between them, two powerful beings from different worlds. Each recognizing in the other a force beyond ordinary comprehension. Before either could speak further, another knock announced the arrival of their meal. The promised food too, RNED out to be an impressive spread of local cuisine, steaming bowls of ramen, platters of grilled meats and vegetables, rice, and various side dishes. Goku's eyes widened appreciatively. Now we're talking, he exclaimed, immediately seating himself at the table. To the astonishment of the servants who had delivered the meal, Goku proceeded to consume portions that would have satisfied several grown men. Eating with enthusiastic appreciation if not particularly refined manners. Kaguya watched this display with what might have been disgust, fascination, or some combination thereof. Your appetite matches your power, it seems, she commented when he finally slowed. Goku grinned, patting his stomach contentedly. Saiyan metabolism. We burn a lot of energy, especially after fighting or training. He noticed her own untouched portion. Aren't you going to eat? Kaguya regarded the food with mild interest. I require little sustenance in your conventional sense. The ambient chakra in this world nourishes me adequately. Nevertheless, she delicately selected a piece of fruit, examining it before taking a small bite. Though I admit, the sensory experience can be pleasant. As night fell over Konoha, Goku found himself drawn to the small garden, sitting cross-legged on a stone bench as he gazed up at unfamiliar constellations. The stars were arranged differently here, another reminder of how far he was from home. He closed his eyes, extending his senses outward, searching for any familiar energy signature, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, but found only the chakra signatures of this world's inhabitants. You are trying to sense your home, Kaguya's voice came from behind him. She had approached silently, now standing at the garden's edge, her white form almost luminous in the moonlight. Goku opened his eyes, nodding. Just checking. Back home, I can use instant transmission to teleport to anyone I can sense, no matter how far away. He sighed lightly. But I can't feel anyone from my world here. Dimensional barriers are not so easily breached, she agreed, moving to stand beside the bench. Though the appearance of the Void Walker suggests those barriers have weakened considerably. Is that why you agreed to come here? Goku asked, looking up at her. Because you're worried about these dimensional rifts too. Kaguya considered her response carefully. I am concerned. Void Walkers are merely symptoms of greater instability. If the boundaries between dimensions continue to deteriorate, consequences would be severe. End of the world severe. End of multiple worlds, she corrected grimly. Dimensions exist in separation for reason. When they collide, the resulting energy release can destroy entire realities. Goku whistled softly. That does sound bad. He patted the bench beside him in invitation. So what can we do about it? After a moment's hesitation, Kaguya settled gracefully beside him, her posture remaining regal despite the informal setting. The source must be identified. Something, or someone, has initiated this disturbance. Your arrival may be connected, but I suspect you are more consequence than cause. Maybe whatever pull led me here is trying to pull other things through too, Goku suggested. Or maybe when I crashed into your seal, it weakened something else. Possible, Kaguya acknowledged. My seal was designed to contain not just my physical form but my dimensional abilities. Its disruption could have created resonance effects. They sat in thoughtful silence, the garden's small stream providing gentle background music. Despite the extraordinary circumstances, transported to another world, sitting beside a being of godlike power who was apparently this world's greatest historical threat, Goku felt strangely at ease. Perhaps it was the familiar situation of facing a new challenge, or perhaps simply his nature to adapt quickly to extraordinary circumstances. Tomorrow will be challenging, Kaguya said eventually. The council will fear me, will wish to reseal me if possible. They will attempt to separate us, believing you more manageable alone. Goku considered this. What do you want? I mean, now that you're free. The question seemed to surprise her. What do I want? She repeated, as if the concept was foreign. After a long moment, she continued, I wanted peace, originally. Then vengeance against my treacherous sons. Now, she gazed up at the stars. Now I find my perspective, altered by time. This world has changed beyond recognition. My sons are long dead, their descendants multiplied across nations. A faint smile touched her lips. Perhaps what I want is to see this world they created. To understand what became of my legacy, distorted though it may be. Sounds reasonable enough to me. Goku replied honestly, though convincing everyone else might be tricky. Indeed, her gaze returned to him, studying his feature, and you. What will you seek in this council meeting? Information, mainly. A way home eventually, but not before making sure these Void Walker things aren't going to cause problems. He stretched his arms above his head, muscles flexing beneath his torn GI. Plus, I've never been good at walking away from a good fight, and something tells me there's a pretty big one brewing. Kaguya's expression softened almost imperceptibly. You are unusual, Son Goku. Your power rivals beings I have encountered across many dimensions, yet you wear it with casual ease. No hunger for dominance, no fear of inadequacy driving you to ever greater heights. Goku laughed. Don't get me wrong. I'm always trying to get stronger. Just not to rule over others or anything like that. I just want to test my limits, protect my friends and family. His expression grew momentarily distant. Learn from my mistakes. Before Kaguya could respond, a subtle shift in the air made both of them tense. Goku was on his feet in an instant, senses alert, while Kaguya raised a hand. Energy gathering at her fingertips. The dimensional tear appeared without warning, smaller than the one that had transported Goku, but unmistakably similar. It hovered near the garden wall, pulsing with unstable energy. Another rift, Kaguya confirmed unnecessarily, her voice tight. Expanding rapidly. Outside their quarters, shouts of alarm indicated the guards had noticed the disturbance. Goku moved forward cautiously, positioning himself between the rift and Kaguya. Any idea what's coming through this time? He asked, dropping into a fighting stance. Impossible to predict, she replied, moving to stand beside rather than behind him, clearly unwilling to accept protection. But likely nothing beneficial. The rift expanded suddenly, its edges stretching outward before stabilizing into a roughly circular portal. Through its swirling center, a figure became visible, humanoid but clearly not human, its proportions wrong in subtle ways that suggested alien origin. As it stepped through into the garden, Goku felt a shock of recognition. That's a Saiyan battle armor. Indeed, the figure wore a variant of the distinctive armor Goku had seen on countless warriors during his confrontations with Frieza's forces. But this being was not Saiyan. Its skin had a bluish tinge, its eyes completely black without sclera, and where hair should be, crystalline structures protruded from its scalp. Dimensional coordinates confirmed. It spoke, its voice containing metallic harmonics. Target located. Its black eyes fixed on Goku. Subject: Son Goku. Status: displaced. Orders: retrieval. Goku blinked in surprise. Someone sent you to find me. The being didn't respond directly, instead activating some device on its wrist. Subject located. awaiting extraction coordinates. By now, shinobi had entered the garden, forming a defensive perimeter. Tsunade herself appeared, accompanied by Kakashi and several Anbu operatives. Another dimensional incursion, she observed tensely. This one seems more controlled. It's looking for me, Goku explained, not taking his eyes off the strange being. Wearing armor like we use in my world, but it's not anyone I recognize. The being finished its communication and focused on the assembled group. Indigenous lifeforms detected. Threat assessment. Minimal. Ōtsutsuki presence detected. Threat assessment. Significant. It turned to Kaguya. Interference will result in neutralization protocols. Kaguya's expression darkened. You dare threaten me, Construct. I was conquering worlds when your makers were primordial ooze. Tension crackled in the air as both sides assessed each other. Goku raised his hands in a calming gesture. Hold on, everyone. Let's not jump into a fight if we don't need to. He addressed the armored being directly. Who sent you? How did you find me across dimensions? The being regarded him impassively. Temporal spatial authority. Dimensional collapse detected. Source identified as Son Goku. Interdimensional transit. Mission. Retrieval and stabilization. Temporal spatial authority. Goku repeated, confusion evident. Never heard of them. Of course not, Kaguya interjected. They exist outside conventional timelines, monitoring dimensional integrity across multiple realities. Her eyes narrowed. Though I was unaware they employed physical agents for intervention. The being's attention shifted fully to Kaguya. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Status. Previously contained dimensional threat. Current freedom. Anomalous. Recategorization in progress. Before anyone could respond, the rift behind the being pulsed again, expanding further. The being turned toward it expectantly, only for its posture to shift suddenly to one of alarm. Warning. Unauthorized dimensional transit detected. Void corruption at 67% and rising. Evacuation recommended. From within the rift emerged a nightmarish sight, a void walker far larger and more developed than the one they had encountered in the forest. Where the previous entity had been roughly humanoid, this one was a writhing mass of tentacles and mouths, each opening revealing not darkness but glimpses of other realities. As if the creature were a window into multiple dimensions simultaneously. Pray, it rumbled, its voice causing physical pain to those who heard it. Rich, pray. The armored being backed away, its wrist device emitting urgent signals. Containment failure. Requesting immediate extraction. Repeat. Requesting immediate. It never finished the sentence. One of the Void Walker's tentacles lashed out with impossible speed, wrapping around the being and pulling it toward the creature's central mass. There was a brief, terrible moment where the being seemed to be pulled in multiple directions simultaneously, then it was gone. Consumed entirely. Dimensional. Disruption. Exceeds expectations, the Void Walker gurgled, turning its attention to the assembled group. So many flavors. Tsunade barked orders to her shinobi, who responded with impressive discipline despite the eldritch horror before them. Various jutsu activated simultaneously, earth walls rising, water dragons forming. Lightning crackling, only for all to pass harmlessly through the creature or be absorbed into its mass. Conventional attacks are useless, Kaguya reminded them sharply. This entity exists partially outside your reality. Goku was already moving, transforming directly into Super Saiyan as he launched himself at the creature. Unlike their previous encounter, he didn't attempt to strike it physically. Instead gathering ki between his palms. Everyone get back, he shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts aimed at the creature's central mass. The energy struck true, but unlike the smaller Void Walker, this one didn't seem overwhelmed. Instead, it absorbed the attacks, tentacles reaching eagerly toward the source of such power. More, it demanded, its voice distorting reality around it. Give more. Kaguya appeared beside Goku, her third eye fully open. It's too developed to overwhelm with raw energy. We must seal it. Can you do that? Goku asked, dodging a tentacle that lashed toward him. Not alone. Not quickly. Her hands moved in complex patterns. I need time and assistance. Tsunade appeared on Goku's other side, surprising him with her fearlessness. What do you need? Kaguya's eyes widened slightly at the offer of help, but she responded without hesitation. Chakra. As much as your shinobi can provide, channeled through specific pathways. She created geometric symbols in the air, which glowed with silvery light. These formations must be maintained while I prepare the sealing technique. Tsunade nodded sharply, turning to relay instructions. With impressive efficiency, the shinobi reorganized themselves, those with the greatest chakra reserves positioning themselves at key points around the garden. Goku, Kaguya continued, you must distract it. Keep it focused on you, away from the sealing array. But do not allow it to consume 2T once. Goku grinned, the expression almost eager despite the dire circumstances. Distraction is my specialty. He launched himself directly at the Void Walker, moving with such speed that he appeared to teleport. Rather than attacking with energy blasts, he began darting around the creature, AP. Pairing briefly in one spot before vanishing and reappearing elsewhere, offering tantalizing glimpses of his energy before withdrawing it. The creature responded exactly as hoped, its attention fixin' on this elusive prey that promised such power. Tentacles lashed out in all directions, trying to predict where Goku would appear next, while the shinobi worked frantically to establish Kaguya's sealing array. It's working, Tsunade called out, observing the creature's movements. But it's also adapting, getting faster. She was right. The Void Walker's attacks were becoming more coordinated, its tentacles moving with increasing precision. One managed to graze Goku's arm as he dodged, and the contact sent a shock of cold through his entire body, momentarily disrupting his ki flow. Careful, Kaguya warned, not pausing in her complex hand movements. Direct contact will drain your life force rapidly. Goku recovered quickly, adjusting his strategy. Rather than pure evasion, he began incorporating more offensive movements, firing precisely controlled energy blasts that were just enticing enough to maintain the creature's interest without feeding it too much power. How much longer? He called out, narrowly avoiding another tentacle. The array is nearly complete, Kaguya responded. But the final seal requires something more substantial. There was something in her tone that made Goku glance her way. Recognizing the implication immediately, you need a sacrifice. Kaguya's expression remained impassive, but she nodded once. A power source. The seal must be anchored in something capable of containing dimensional energy. Before either could continue, the Void Walker suddenly changed tactics. Rather than pursuing Goku, it expanded rapidly, tentacles stretching toward the shinobi maintaining the sealing array. It senses the trap, Kaguya hissed. Intelligent adaptation. Goku reacted instinctively, pushing his Super Saiyan form further, the golden aura Uru. Him intensifying as he moved to intercept the tentacles threatening the shinobi. He managed to disrupt several with concentrated energy blasts, but there were too many targets to protect simultaneously. One tentacle wrapped around a shinobi before anyone could intervene, pulling the screaming man toward its mass. Tsunade launched herself forward with unexpected speed, chakra glowing around her fist as she struck the tentacle with devastating force. Unlike previous attacks, this one had effect, the concentrated nature of her chakra-enhanced strength severing the tentacle completely. The severed portion dissipated into smoke-like particles, while the Void Walker recoiled with a sound that might have been pain. The rescued shinobi collapsed, his chakra visibly drained, skin ashen. Physical attacks can work if sufficiently concentrated, Tsunade realized, positioning herself protectively before her fallen subordinate. This discovery changed the dynamic of the battle. Under Tsunade's direction, the shinobi adjusted their tactics, focusing on precise, chakra-enhanced strikes rather than broad techniques. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan eye, using it to predict the creature's movements with uncanny accuracy. Meanwhile, Kaguya continued her preparations, the sealing array growing more complex and beautiful, a geometric masterpiece of interlocking symbols that glowed with increasing brightness. Goku maintained his role as primary distraction, but now worked in coordination with the shinobi, creating openings for their strikes while avoiding tentacles himself. The array is complete, Kaguya announced finally. Now we require the anchor. All eyes turned to her expectantly, combat momentarily forgotten. What exactly does this anchor need to be? Tsunade demanded, never taking her eyes completely off the Void Walker, which seemed to be reassessing its strategy after the unexpected resistance. A vessel capable of containing dimensional energy, Kaguya explained. So, Mething, or someone, with sufficient capacity to hold the sealed entity indefinitely. Like what was used to seal you, Kakashi observed, his Sharingan eye fixed on her. Similar in principle, she acknowledged. Though this requires less power but greater stability. Goku landed beside them, still maintaining his Super Saiyan form. And what happens to this anchor? Kaguya met his gaze directly. It becomes a prison. The anchor must remain intact for the seal to hold. Understanding dawned across the faces of those present. They were discussing not just an object, but potentially a living sacrifice. Someone to become a permanent container for the interdimensional horror. Before anyone could volunteer or protest, the dimensional rift pulsed again, expanding dramatically. The Void Walker turned toward it, seeming almost eager. Reinforcement, it gurgled. Feasting. Together. Through the widened rift came a sight that froze the blood of even the most experienced shinobi, not one but 3 additional Void Walkers. Each as large and horrific as the first. The dimensional pressure of their arrival caused reality itself to waver, buildings in the distance appearing to bend and distort. 4 of them. Tsunade breathed, her confident expression finally showing cracks of genuine fear. We cannot fight 4 simultaneously. Kaguya's expression hardened. The rift must be closed before more arrive. The entire dimensional structure is becoming unstable. Goku studied the situation, mind racing through options. Then, with characteristic decisiveness, he turned to Kaguya. Use me. What? Tsunade and Kakashi spoke simultaneously. Use me as the anchor, Goku clarified. I'm not from this dimension originally anyway. And I've got plenty of energy to contain these things. Kaguya regarded him with an unreadable expression. You understand what you're offering. You would become a living prison, unable to return to your world, bound to this dimension indefinitely. Goku nodded, his expression serious but determined. I can't let these things destroy this world or any other. If I'm the best option, then that's what we'll do. Goku. Tsunade began, but he interrupted with a shake of his head. It's the right call. Besides, he added with a slight smile, I've been dead before. This doesn't sound nearly as permanent. Before anyone could argue further, the Void Walkers began to advance. Their combined presence causing physical pain to those nearby, reality fracturing around them. Decide quickly, Kakashi urged, preparing to engage despite the futility. Kaguya studied Goku for one more moment before nodding sharply. Very well, your power should be sufficient. She placed a hand on his chest, directly over his heart. This will be unpleasant. Goku took a deep breath. Steeling himself. Just tell me what to do. Stand at the center of the array. Channel your energy outward, but maintain your core self. The seal will use your ki as a foundation, creating a dimensional pocket within you. Her voice lowered. Do not resist the process, no matter how painful. Resistance will cause failure. Goku moved to the center of the complex geometric pattern Kaguya had created. Feeling the symbols resonate with his energy as soon as he crossed their boundaries. The sensation was strange but not unpleasant, like standing in a gentle current that flowed through rather than around him. Everyone else, maintain the perimeter, Tsunade ordered her shinobi. Buy them time whatever the cost. What followed was both beautiful and terrible to witness. As Kaguya began the sealing ritual, her hands weaving complex patterns in the air, Goku's golden aura expanded outward, interacting with the geometric symbols of the array. The patterns began to shift, flowing like liquid light up his body, inscribing in glowing lines. Meanwhile, the shinobi fought with desperate courage against the advancing Void Walkers. Tsunade herself led the defense, her legendary strength allowing her to temporarily repel tentacles that came too close to the sealing array. Kakashi coordinated the others with strategic precision, his Sharingan proving invaluable in predicting the creature's movements. Goku remained focused despite the increasing pain of the sealing process. The symbols burning themselves into his flesh were not merely cosmetic, they were restructuring his very being, creating pathways and chambers to contain dimensional entities. Sweat poured down his face as he maintained his power output, neither too much nor too little, finding the perfect balance needed for the technique. The seal is establishing, Kaguya announced, her own power visibly straining as she guided the process. Now we must draw them in. How? Tsunade called back, narrowly avoiding a tentacle that shattered the ground where she had stood moments before. They hunger for power, Kaguya replied. We must offer what they cannot resist. Understanding immediately, Goku began to gather his energy, pushing his Super Saiyan form to its limits and beyond. The golden aura around him intensified, crackles of bioelectricity dancing across his form as he approached the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. The effect on the Void Walkers was immediate. All four entities paused in their assault, turning toward this beacon of power with eager intensity. Tentacles redirected, reaching toward Goku with singular purpose. Yes, Kaguya urged, her hands continuing their complex movements. Draw them to you, but do not allow contact until the seal is complete. Goku's control was masterful. He allowed his power to flare in tantalizing pulses, each surge drawing the creatures closer while maintaining just enough distance to prevent them from reaching him. The dance was precisely calculated. Too little power, and they would lose interest. Too much, and they would overwhelm him before the seal was ready. 30 seconds more, Kaguya informed him, her voice tense with concentration. The Void Walkers were fully focused on Goku now, their combined attention creating immense pressure on the fabric of reality around him. The ground beneath the ceiling array began to crack, buildings in the distance wavering like mirages as dimensional stability deteriorated. 20 seconds. One of the Void Walkers, perhaps more intelligent or impatient than the others, suddenly changed tactics. Rather than reaching directly for Goku, it sent tentacles toward the dimensional rift behind them, manipulating it somehow to increase its size dramatically. It's attempting to bring more through, Kakashi warned, unable to intercept as he defended against another creature. 10 seconds, Kaguya continued, though concern now edged her voice. The expanded rift pulsed ominously, something massive beginning to take shape within its swirling depths. Whatever was coming would dwarf the entities they already faced. 5 seconds. Goku made his decision in an instant. Wrath, than continuing to lure the creatures from a distance, he unleashed his full power, the transformation to Super Saiyan 2 completing with a thunderous explosion of energy. The sudden surge drew all four Void Walkers toward him simultaneously, exactly as he'd intended. Now, he shouted to Kaguya. Though the seal wasn't quite complete, Kaguya recognized the necessity of action. With a final, complex gesture, she activated the array. The geometric patterns inscribed on Goku's body flared blindingly bright, extending outward to encompass the approaching Void Walkers. The creatures realized the trap too late. As they made contact with the outer boundary of the seal, they were drawn inexorably inward, their forms compressing and distorting as the dimensional pocket within Goku began to consume them. They fought with desperate ferocity, tentacles lashing out, mouths emitting sounds that defied description. Goku stood unwavering at the center of the maelstrom, his expression locked in a grimace of determination and pain as creatures of pure interdimensional horror were forcibly compressed into the space being created within him. The process was visibly agonizing. Veins stood out on his forehead. Blood trickled from his nose and ears, his muscles spasmed under the strain. Yet he did not falter. The last of the four Void Walkers was drawn into the seal, its final tentacle disappearing with a sound like reality itself sighing in relief. The geometric patterns on Goku's skin pulsed once more, then settled into a steady, subtle glow before gradually fading to what appeared like intricate tattoos covering his body from neck to feet. For a moment, perfect silence fell across the devastated garden. Then Goku swayed, his Super Saiyan aura flickering out as he collapsed to his knees. Kaguya reached him first, supporting him with surprising gentleness. "It is done," she said quietly. "The seal is complete." Goku managed a weak smile, blood still trickling from his nose. "Did we get them all?" "The four that manifested, yes," she confirmed. "But the rift remains active. Whatever was attempting to come through." They all turned toward the dimensional tear, which continued to pulse ominously despite the Void Walker's defeat. Something was still pushing against the boundaries between worlds, something powerful enough to maintain the rift even after the initial incursion had failed. Tsunade approached, her own exhaustion evident despite her composed exterior. "Can it be closed?" Kaguya studied the rift with her third eye fully open, seeing beyond conventional dimensions. "Not conventionally. The source is too powerful, pushing from the other side." She looked down at Goku, still supported against her. "Unless," understanding dawned in his eyes. "I need to pull it in too, don't I? Whatever's trying to come through. It would be dangerous," she warned. "The seal is stable but newly formed. Adding another entity, especially one of such power. Goku pushed himself to his feet, wobbling slightly but standing through sheer determination. No choice. We can't leave that thing hanging around, making more rifts. He rolled his shoulders, wincing at the pain that accompanied the movement. Besides, what's one more interdimensional horror between friends? Despite the dire circumstances, Kakashi made a sound suspiciously like a suppressed laugh. Quote, "Your visitor has an interesting perspective, Lady Tsunade." Interesting is one word for it, Tsunade replied dryly, though respect was evident in her gaze as she regarded Goku. Kaguya remained concerned. "If you attempt this, you will need support. The strain could tear the seal apart, releasing all we have contained." "Then help me," Goku said simply, looking directly into her eyes. "You created the seal. You can help maintain it while I draw whatever that is into it." For a moment, something almost like emotion flickered across Kaguya's usually impassive features. Then she nodded once, decisively. "Very well, but we do this precisely as I instruct." Under Kaguya's guidance, Goku positioned himself before the rift, the tattoo-like seal patterns on his skin beginning to glow faintly as he summoned his remaining strength. Kaguya stood directly behind him, her hands on his shoulders, channeling her own power to reinforce the seal from without while he prepared to expand it from within. "Focus on the center of the rift," she instructed. "Extend your awareness into it, as if reaching for an opponent's key to use your transmission technique." Goku closed his eyes, concentrating as instructed. The sensation was bizarre. Unlike reaching through normal space, this was like extending his consciousness into a reality where conventional dimensions didn't apply. The further he reached, the more disorienting it became, his sense of self threatening to disperse across multiple planes of existence. "I feel it," he managed through gritted teeth. "Something big, ancient. Do not attempt to comprehend. Simply grasp and pull. The seal will do the rest." Gathering his courage, Goku reached further, past the disorientation and fragmentation, until he felt something respond to his presence. Whatever dwelled beyond the rift was aware, intelligence of a sort beyond human comprehension, ancient beyond reckoning. For a terrible moment, he felt it examining him with cold curiosity. Then it reached back. Contact was like touching a live wire connected directly to his soul. Goku's eyes snapped open, blazing teal as his Super Saiyan form reactivated instinctively in response to the threat. The rift expanded dramatically, reality around it fracturing as something began to emerge. Not a physical form but a distortion of space itself, as if a hole were being punched through the fabric of existence. "Now," Kaguya commanded, her own power flaring as she reinforced the seal. With a primal shout, Goku pulled with everything he had left, using the entity's own interest in him as a hook to draw it toward the seal. The patterns across his body blazed with blinding light as the dimensional pocket within him expanded to accommodate this new prisoner. The entity fought, reality, warping violently around them as it resisted containment. Buildings in the distance began to crumble as gravitational forces fluctuated wildly. The sky itself seemed to crack, revealing glimpses of other worlds. Other realities bleeding through the weakened dimensional barriers. Throughout it all, Goku stood firm, anchored by Kaguya's power and his own indomitable will. The entity was drawn inexorably toward the seal, its vast consciousness compressed into the dimensional pocket that now existed within Goku's very being. With a sound like the universe itself exhaling, the entity was finally sealed. The rift collapsed in on itself, dimensional stability reasserting as the tear healed completely. The glowing patterns on Goku's skin pulsed once, twice, then settled into a faint, steady illumination that gradually faded to intricate dark markings. For a moment, he remained standing, locked in place by sheer determination. Then, as the immediate danger passed, his strength finally gave out. He collapsed backward, unconscious before he hit the ground. Kaguya caught him, easing his fall with surprising gentleness. Her expression as she regarded his unconscious form was unreadable, something like respect, perhaps even concern, flickered in her otherworldly eyes. "Is he?" Tsunade approached cautiously, medical instincts overriding wariness. "Alive," Kaguya confirmed, "though what he has done." She shook her head slightly. Few beings across any dimension would have survived such a process. Tsunade knelt beside them, hands already glowing with medical chakra as she assessed Goku's condition. His life force is stable but severely depleted. The seal. Holding. Kaguya replied. Though what he contains now. She looked toward where the rift had been. That was no mere void walker. That was an ancient one. A being that exists beyond dimensional boundaries, that has watched universes born and die countless times. Her voice lowered. That he managed to contain it at all is remarkable. Around them, shinobi were already organizing recovery efforts, tending to wounded comrades and assessing structural damage to nearby buildings. Dawn was breaking over Konoha. The first rays of sunlight illuminating a village that had survived yet another impossible threat. Kakashi approached, his Sharingan once again covered by his headband. The council meeting will be interesting, he observed mildly. Tsunade's laugh held little humor. To put it mildly, she looked from the unconscious Goku to Kaguya, who still supported him with uncharacteristic care. Oh, our history books never mentioned Kaguya Ōtsutsuki helping to save Konoha. History is written by victors, Kaguya reminded her, echoing her earlier statement to Goku. And rewritten by those who live to see its consequences. Her gaze returned to Goku's face, the seal patterns now settled into what appeared like intricate tribal tattoos across his exposed skin. This one rewrites history simply by existing as he is. As medical ninja arrived with a stretcher, preparing to transport Goku to the hospital, Kaguya relinquished him to their care with visible reluctance. She watched as they departed, her expression thoughtful. He will need guidance, she stated finally. What he carries within him now, it will change him. No mortal was meant to contain such entities. And you intend to provide this guidance? Tsunade asked, not bothering to hide her skepticism. Kaguya turned to her, ancient eyes meeting the Hokage's steadily. I am perhaps the only being in this dimension qualified to do so. A faint smile touched her lips. Besides, I find myself curious about him, about what he represents, and about what he could become to you. Kakashi suggested perceptively. Kaguya didn't answer directly, her gaze returning to the rising sun. The dimensional barriers remain weakened. What has begun here will not end with a single night's battle. She looked back at Tsunade. You will need both of us before this is finished. Best remember that during your council meeting. With that, she glided after the medical team, leaving Tsunade and Kakashi to exchange significant looks. Well, Kakashi said finally, his visible eye crinkling in what might have been a smile, I believe things have just gotten considerably more complicated. Indeed, Tsunade agreed, watching Kaguya's retreating form. And I suspect this is only the beginning. As if in confirmation, a faint tremor ran through the ground beneath their feet, not an earthquake, but a subtle reminder that the dimensional stability they had taken for granted was no longer certain. Somewhere beyond conventional reality, forces set in motion by Goku's arrival and Kaguya's freedom continued to ripple outward, hing worlds and dimensions far beyond their current understanding. In the hospital room where Goku lay unconscious, the seal patterns on his skin pulsed briefly with inner light, as if in response to these distant events. Within the dimensional pocket now existing inside him, entities of cosmic horror strained against their prison, testing, waiting, adapting. And somewhere between dimensions, something else stirred. Its attention drawn by the night's events, something ancient and patient, curious about the strange new configuration of energies that had momentarily breached the walls between worlds. Something that had been waiting a very long time for just such an opportunity. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Truths Unveiled. Consciousness returned to Goku in fragments, first sensation, then sound. Finally sight as his eyes fluttered open to an unfamiliar ceiling. The sterile scent of antiseptic and medicinal herbs filled his nostrils, reminding him of countless recoveries in hospital rooms across his lifetime. His body felt leaden, muscles protesting even the slight movement of turning his head to survey his surroundings. The hospital room was surprisingly traditional compared to the clinical environments he was accustomed to. Bamboo blinds filtered morning sunlight into soft golden beams that crisscrossed the polished wooden floor. Medical equipment stood alongside what appeared to be ceremonial objects. Small stone bowls containing aromatic herbs, scrolls with intricate calligraphy hanging on the walls. So you finally wake, came a familiar voice from his bedside. Goku turned to find Kaguya seated in perfect stillness, her otherworldly presence incongruous against the mundane hospital setting. She appeared unchanged from their battle, not a hair out of place, while he felt as though he'd been trampled by a herd of dinosaurs. How long was I out? His voice emerged as a rasp, throat dry and aching. 3 days, she replied, passing him a cup of water with surprising attentiveness. Your recovery rate is remarkable. The medical ninja expected weeks of unconsciousness, if you survived at all. Goku drank gratefully, the cool liched throat. As awareness fully returned, he became conscious of the strange sensation throughout his body, a persistent humming energy just beneath his skin, foreign yet somehow integrated with his own ki. The seal, he murmured, looking down at his arms where intricate patterns were now permanently etched into his flesh like tribal tattoos. They no longer glowed but remained clearly visible, telling the story of what he now contained within himself. It holds, Kaguya confirmed, watching him with analytical intensity. Though your body continues to adapt to its presence, what you have accomplished is unprecedented, containing multiple dimensional entities, including an ancient one, within a living vessel. Memories of the battle flooded back, the Void Walkers, the desperate sealing ritual, and finally the terrifying presence he had pulled through the rift. The entity that Kaguya had called an Ancient One. I can feel them, he admitted, pressing a hand against his chest where the seal patterns converged in an intricate mandala. Not like thoughts exactly, more like dreams. Pressure. Like they're testing the boundaries. Kaguya nodded, unsurprised. They seek weaknesses. The nature of such beings is to consume, to expand. The seal constrains them, but they will never cease attempting to break free. Goku absorbed this sobering information with characteristic resilience. Guess I'd better make sure they stay put then. He attempted to sit up, wincing as his muscles protested. Has anything else come through while I was out? No further incursions, she replied, though dimensional instabilities continue to manifest throughout the region. Lady Tsunade has deployed sensor teams to monitor for anomalies. The mention of Tsunade brought Goku's attention to the political situation. How are things going with you? They haven't tried to, reseal me. Kaguya's lips curved in a slight, cold smile. They lack both means and opportunity. The sealing technique that originally contained me required my son's combined power that no longer exists in this world. Her expression softened marginally. Additionally, it seems my assistance against the Void Walkers has earned a temporary reprieve from immediate hostilities. Quote. Before Goku could respond, the door slid open to reveal Tsunade herself, accompanied by Shizune and a pink-haired young woman in medical attire. Our patient is awake, Tsunade observed, approaching the bed with professional scrutiny. Remarkable recovery time, as Lady Kaguya predicted. The honorific caught Goku's attention, a small but significant indicator of changed dynamics since the battle. Saiyan physiology, he explained with a small shrug. We're built to recover quickly from fighting. He offered a warm smile to the newcomers. Thanks for patching me up. Tsunade conducted a brief examination, her hands glowing with diagnostic chakra as she assessed his condition. Your energy pathways have completely reorganized themselves around the seal, she noted with clinical fascination. I've never seen anything like it. Sakura, observe. The pink-haired woman, Sakura, stepped forward, her own hands emanating the same green glow as she stood. IED Goku's body with professional detachment. The seal isn't simply contained within him, she observed, eyes widening. It's become integrated with his chakra network, or what would be a chakra network if he used chakra instead of this other energy. Goku supplied helpfully. Fascinating, Tsunade murmured. The seal is actually drawing power from his ki system to maintain itself, creating a self-sustaining containment field. She glanced at Kaguya. Your design, a necessity, given the circumstances, Kaguya replied. Conventional sealing jutsu would have failed against entities of such nature. This adaptation uses his own life force as both prison and ki. Goku listened to this exchange with growing awareness of his new situation. So basically, these things are stuck inside me as long as I'm alive and kicking. Essentially, Kaguya confirmed. Though maintaining the seal will require conscious effort on your part, you must learn to regulate your energy flow precisely, or risk weakening the containment. Quote. Great. Goku sighed, though without genuine complaint. More training. Tsunade stepped back, apparently satisfied with his condition. The council has been in continuous sessions since the incident, debating appropriate responses to both your presence and Lady Kaguya's freedom. They've requested your attendance when you're able. I can go now, Goku decided, pushing himself upright with determination. Though his body protested, the weakness was already fading as his Saiyan resilience reasserted itself. Better to get this sorted out sooner than later. Are you certain? Shizune asked with medical concern. Your body has undergone significant trauma. Goku swung his legs over the side of the bed, testing his stability before standing. I've fought in worse shape, he assured her with a grin that somehow made the audacious claim entirely believable. Tsunade didn't argue, perhaps recognizing the futility. Very well. Fresh clothing has been provided. She gestured to a neatly folded stack on a nearby table. We'll await you in the hallway. After they departed, leaving only Kaguya, Goku examined the offered attire, a simple black sleeve, A-less tunic and loose pants similar to his usual GI, though in the local style. The material was lightweight yet sturdy, clearly designed for freedom of movement. They've been studying your fighting style, Kaguya observed as he changed, turning discreetly away in a surprisingly human gesture of courtesy, preparing for the possibility of confrontation even as they extend hospitality. Can't blame them, Goku replied pragmatically, pulling on the new clothes. In their position, I'd do the same. The tunic left his arms exposed, displaying the seal patterns prominently, whether by design or coincidence, he couldn't tell. When they rejoined the others in the hallway, Sakura stared openly at the revealed seal markings. They're beautiful, she commented, then flushed slightly at her own directness. I mean, the patterning is incredibly complex. I've never seen fuinjutsu like this. It isn't fuinjutsu in your conventional understanding, Kaguya explained as they began walking toward the Hokage Tower. It combines principles from multiple dimensional systems, what you call chakra with Son Goku's ki, bound by cosmic constants that transcend individual realities. The streets of Konoha were busy with morning activity. Though Goku noticed people giving their small procession a wide berth, conversations hushing as they passed. News of the dimensional battle had clearly spread, along with recognition of both himself and Kaguya. Not the most subtle entrance into your world, he observed quietly to Tsunade. Sorry about that, Konoha has weathered greater storms, she replied stoically. Though few quite so exotic. As they approached the Hokage Tower, Goku sensed the concentration of powerful chakra signatures within. Individuals of significant strength gathered in what he assumed was the council chamber. The political dynamics of this world remained unfamiliar to him, but the sensation of powerful beings assembling to discuss potential threats was universal enough. They were led not to the main administrative level but to a secure underground chamber, accessed through a series of chakra-sealed doors that Tsunade navigated with practiced authority. The room they eventually entered was circular, dimly lit by recessed lighting that cast dramatic shadows across the faces of those already assembled. Approximately 20 individuals occupied tiered seating round the perimeter, some in traditional robes suggesting civilian authority, others in modified shinobi attire indicating military leadership. At the center stood a single circular platform, clearly assigned for those being addressed by the council. Danzo sat prominently among the assembled leaders, his single Kaguya with undisguised suspicion. Beside him sat two elderly advisors whose expressions suggested they shared his wariness. Other faces Goku recognized from the battle 3 nights prior, including Kakashi, who offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. Lady Tsunade, one of the elderly advisors, a woman with severe features and gray hair, addressed the Hokage formally. You bring the subjects of our deliberation directly into the secure chamber. I bring allies who fought to ECT Konoha from interdimensional threats, Tsunade corrected firmly, taking her place at what was clearly the Hokage's position. As agreed, they will provide first-hand testimony regarding the events we now face. Danzo's expression soured further. Allies. One is the legendary rabbit goddess whose return was prophesied to bring apocalypse. The other, an unknown entity of impossible power who claims to have arrived from another dimension entirely. Forgive my skepticism regarding their convenient timing. Goku and Kaguya were directed to the central platform, standing beneath the focused attention of the entire council. The scrutiny didn't particularly bother Goku, who had faced far more intimidating audiences, but he recognized the political danger inherent in the situation. Guess I'll start, he offered, addressing the assembly directly. My name is Son Goku. I'm a Saiyan from Earth, though clearly not the same Earth as yours. I was training in the mountains when some kind of dimensional rift opened up and pulled me through. I crashed into Kaguya's seal by accident and released her. Then those Void Walker things showed up, and we dealt with them together. He shrugged slightly. That's pretty much it from my side. The simplicity of his account seemed to catch several council members off guard, perhaps expecting elaboration or subterfuge. You expect us to believe your AR rival precisely at the location of Lady Kaguya's seal was mere coincidence? Danzo pressed skeptically. I don't expect anything, Goku replied honestly. It's just what happened. But I get why you'd be suspicious. In your shoes, I would be too. His straightforward acknowledgement seemed to momentarily disarm some of the hostility directed his way. Before Danzo could continue his questioning, Kaguya stepped forward, her regal presence commanding immediate attention. The dimensional disturbance that brought Son Goku to this world was no accident, she stated, surprising even Goku with this declaration. But neither was it his doing, nor mine. What we face is a systematic degradation of the barriers between realities, a process that has likely been underway for some time before manifesting visibly. This pronouncement silenced the chamber. Tsunade leaned forward, her expression grave. You know the cause of these disturbances. Not with certainty, Kaguya admitted. But I have traversed many dimensions in my existence. The symptoms are distinctive. Progressive weakening of interdimensional boundaries, followed by spontaneous ruptures that allow passage between worlds that should remain separate. One of the Shinobi Council members, a man with scars across his face and a commanding presence, spoke up. How do we know this isn't your doing? Your abilities to manipulate diamonds. Ions are well documented in our histories. Because it endangers me as much as you, Kaguya replied coldly. The entities that emerged through the rifts, particularly the ancient one now sealed with the Son Goku, are beyond even my power to control. They are to dimensional space what natural disasters are to physical landscapes, forces of cosmic entropy that consume without distinction. Goku decided to add his perspective. Look, I get that you folks have history with Kaguya. But right now, that's less important than figuring out these rifts. Where I come from, we've faced planet-destroying threats before. The key is always working together, regardless of past differences. His straightforward pragmatism earned considering looks from several council members, though Danzo remained visibly skeptical. And what exactly do you propose? The elder councilwoman inquired. Before either Goku or Kaguya could respond, the chamber door opened to admit a striking woman escorted by Konoha Anbu guards. Tall and graceful, she wore formal robes in blue and white, her auburn hair arranged elegantly to frame a beautiful face marked by green eyes. Most distinctive was her bearing, confident authority that matched Tsunade's own. Lady May, Tsunade acknowledged, surprise evident in her tone. We weren't expecting Kurigaku's delegation until tomorrow. Circumstances accelerated my travel plans, the newcomer replied, her voice melodious yet commanding. Her gaze swept the chamber, lingering momentarily on Goku and Kaguya with open curiosity. My village experienced a dimensional anomaly 3 days ago, precisely when Konoha's incident occurred. This announcement sent a ripple of murmured conversation through the council. Tsunade quickly ordered another position prepared for the Mizukage, integrating her into the formal proceedings. Once settled, Mei Terumi addressed the assembly directly. 2 nights ago, a rift opened in Kurigaku's central district. Fortunately, nothing emerged before it closed naturally. But our sensor ninja detected dramatic chakra fluctuations throughout the region. When we received word of Konoha's visitors, she nodded toward Goku and Kaguya. I deemed personal assessment necessary. Did your sensory teams detect anything unusual before the rift appeared? Kaguya inquired, her interest clearly piqued. Mei studied her thoughtfully before responding. Atmospheric chakra density increased gradually over the preceding week. Barometric pressure fluctuated without corresponding weather patterns. Several villagers reported auditory hallucinations, whispers in unknown languages. Her gaze sharpened. Does this sound familiar to you, Lady Kaguya? Prodromal dimensional fracturing, Kaguya confirmed. The barriers between worlds thinning before actual rupture occurs. These symptoms indicate the process is accelerating. Tsunade leaned forward. Are we to understand that this phenomenon extends beyond Konoha? That multiple locations may experience these rifts. It is not localized, Kaguya stated definitively. Think of reality as fabric. Once it begins to fray, the weakness spreads along stress lines. What began here will propagate outward, potentially affecting your entire world. The gravity of this assessment was not lost on anyone present. Even Danzo's expression shifted from suspicion to grave concern. If what you say is true, he acknowledged reluctantly, then we face a threat beyond conventional shinobi warfare. Beyond conventional anything, Goku added, unconsciously touching the seal patterns on his arm. The thing I've got sealed inside me. It doesn't think like we do. Doesn't exist like we do. Fighting it head on isn't an option. Mei's gaze lingered on the seal markings with evident fascination. He's patterns. They contain this entity you speak of. Entities, plural, Kaguya corrected. 4 void walkers and an ancient one, beings that exist between dimensions, feeding on the energy released when worlds collide. Son Goku volunteered himself as living prison to contain them when conventional sealing techniques proved inadequate. This revelation earned Goku evaluating looks from around the chamber, reassessing the strange visitor in light of his apparent sacrifice. A noble act, Mei acknowledged, her expression softening slightly. Though I imagine not without consequence to yourself. Goku shrugged, uncomfortable with praise for what had simply seemed the necessary choice. It seemed like the right call at the time. Still does. The question remains, Tsunade redirected, what course of action do we take now? If these dimensional disturbances are spreading, potentially threatening all 5 great nations, coordination will be essential. First, understanding, Kaguya stated. You cannot counter what you do not comprehend. Youth dimensional mechanics is primitive. Her tone wasn't insulting so much as matter of fact. I propose an exchange. My expertise in these matures for your cooperation in investigating the source of the disturbances. And what form would this cooperation take? Danzo inquired suspiciously. Access to historical records predating my sealing, Kaguya replied. Freedom to examine locations where dimensional thinning is detected. And, she added significantly, cessation of any efforts to develop means of resealing me. The last Kondi, Chion provoked immediate tension within the chamber. Several council members began speaking simultaneously, voices rising in argument until Tsunade raised a hand for silence. Lady Kaguya, she addressed the Ōtsutsuki directly. You must understand our position. The histories describe you as an existential threat to humanity, one that required unprecedented sacrifice to contain. Your histories were written by my son's descendants. Kaguya countered coldly, victors who justified patricide by demonizing their progenitor. I propose a simple arrangement. Judge me by my actions now, not legends from an era none of you witnessed. Goku decided to intervene before tensions escalated further. Maybe I can offer a middle ground, he suggested, drawing surprised looks from all sides. I'm not from your world, so I don't have a stake in your history. But I've got pretty good instincts about people, had to, fighting the opponents I've faced. So how about this? Kaguya works with you on these dimensional problems. I stick around to help, and if she does turn out to be planning something harmful, I'll help stop her. This audacious proposal silenced the chamber entirely. Kaguya turned to him with an expression of genuine surprise. While Tsunade and Mei exchanged speculative glances. You believe yourself capable of opposing Lady Kaguya should it become necessary? One of the Shinobi Council members asked skeptically. Goku met Kaguya's gaze directly as he answered. I hope it won't come to that. But yeah, if needed. The statement wasn't bravado, just simple confidence born of countless battles against seemingly insurmountable odds. Kaguya's lips curved in what might have been amusement. Bold claim, Saiyan, though not without foundation, perhaps. She turned back to the council. I accept Son Goku's proposal. He shall be my guarantor, while I assist with your dimensional crisis. The political maneuvering was clearly outside Goku's preferred arena, but he recognized when progress was being made. Tsunade seized the opportunity, calling for a formal vote on the arrangement. After some debate, the majority of the council supported the compromise, though Danzo and his close allies registered their opposition for the record. Then it is decided, Tsunade declared. Lady Kaguya will work with our research division on understanding and addressing the dimensional disturbances. Son Goku will remain as both assistant and, she paused, seeking appropriate terminology. Insurance policy, Kakashi supplied helpfully from his position, earning a few nervous chuckles that somewhat lightened the tension. As the formal proceedings concluded, Tsunade requested that Goku and Kaguya remain behind with herself, Mei, and several key advisors to discuss specific implementation details. The conversation shifted to logistics, where they would stay, what resources would be needed, security considerations that satisfied both Konoha's concerns and Kaguya's dignity. The diplomatic residence is clearly insufficient given recent events, Tsunade observed. I propose the eastern compound within the Senju forest. It's secluded yet secure, with ample space for research facilities to be established. That location also sits above a natural chakra convergence point, Mei noted thoughtfully. Potentially useful for dimensional studies, yes. Kaguya nodded, apparently impressed by the Mizukage's insight. Indeed, such nodes often correspond to areas of dimensional thinning. A prudent choice. As arrangements were finalized, Mei approached Goku directly, her expression openly curious. You mentioned you're not from our Earth, but another version entirely. I'd be most interested to hear about your world, son Goku. Just Goku is fine, he replied with a warm smile. And sure, happy to tell you what I can, though I'm not the best at explaining technical stuff. My friend Bulma would be better at breaking down the scientific differences between our worlds. Times an outsider's perspective reveals truths natives overlook, Mei suggested, her tone friendly yet analytical. Perhaps you might join me for tea later. I find conversation flows more naturally in informal settings. Before Goku could respond, a sudden commotion outside the chamber interrupted the discussion. The door burst open as a shinobi messenger rushed in, face flushed with urgency. Lady Tsunade, another dimensional anomaly has appeared, in the center of the village market district. All political considerations were immediately set aside as the group rushed to respond. Goku owed Tsunade and Mei to the Hokage Tower's roof, where they had a clear view across Konoha. In the distance, unmistakably visible even from their position, a swirling vortex of energy had opened in midair above the busy market square. Unlike the previous rift, this one pulsed with familiar golden energy that made Goku's heart skip a beat. That's not the same kind of rift, he stated, his expression suddenly serious. That energy, it's from my world. Kaguya appeared beside them, her third eye open as she analyzed the disturbance. He's correct. The dimensional signature differs from previous incursions. This originates from his reality. Without waiting for discussion, Goku placed 2 fingers to his forehead, concentrating briefly before disappearing with the distinctive sound of his instant transmission technique. He reappeared moments later in the market square, where panicked civilians were fleeing the mysterious phenomenon hovering 20 feet above the ground. The rift expanded suddenly, golden light intensifying as a figure emerged, humanoid but clearly not human. 7 feet tall with mottled green-black skin, the creature possessed insectoid features that sent a chill of recognition down Goku's spine. Though not identical to his old nemesis, the resemblance to Cell was unmistakable, the same chitinous exoskeleton, the same cruel eyes, even similar spotted patterning across its carapace. Target world located, the creature announced, its voice a sibilant hiss that carried across the now emptying square. Son Goku detected. Commencing absorption protocol. Goku dropped immediately into a fighting stance, positioning himself between the creature and the fleeing civilians. You know my name, he called out. Want to return the favor before we do this? The cell-like being tilted its head, compound eyes gleaming with predatory intelligence. Designation: Cell X, Optimization Generation. Purpose: Consumption of biological potential, synthesis of superior forms. Its attention shifted to a small child who had fallen behind during the evacuation, too terrified to move. Beginning with inferior specimens, it moved with blinding speed toward the child, tail extending into a familiar absorption appendage that Goku remembered all too well from his battles with the original Cell. Without hesitation, Goku intercepted, moving even faster, snatching the child and depositing her safely with her mother at the edge of the square before turning to face the threat. Your fight's with me, he stated firmly, powering up to his base maximum without yet transforming. He surged around him, the seal markings on his skin beginning to glow faintly in response to his energy output. Cell X paused, reassessing. Interesting. Host biological patterns match records. But energy signature contains anomalies. Void contamination detected. Its tail whipped eagerly behind it. More valuable specimen than anticipated. Shinobi had begun to arrive, forming a defensive queue. Tsunade and Mei appeared with Kaguya, coordinating the response while civilians were evacuated from surrounding buildings. "You know this creature?" Tsunade demanded of Goku, keeping her voice low. "Not exactly, but something very similar," he replied, never taking his eyes off Cell X. "An artificial being from my world designed to absorb living creatures and incorporate their abilities. Extremely dangerous, regenerates from almost any damage unless its core is completely destroyed." Cell X's attention had shifted to the new arrivals, particularly focusing on Kaguya. Unknown biological entity detected. Power classification. Omega level. Priority target identified. It assesses threats instinctively, Goku warned. "And it's looking at you, Kaguya." "Let it look," she replied coldly. Her third eye opening fully as dimensional energy gathered around her hands. Cell X attacked without further warning, moving with such speed that several watching shinobi couldn't track the movement. It aimed directly for Kaguya. Tail extended for absorption. Goku intercepted again, catching the appendage bare-handed and using the creature's momentum to hurl it across the square into an already evacuated building. The structure collapsed from the impact, but Cell X emerged unharmed, chitinous armor gleaming in the sunlight. Combat capabilities exceed recorded parameters. Adaptation required. To the horror of watching shinobi, the creature began to transform, its exoskeleton bulging and reshaping, growing additional armor plates and what appeared to be chakra absorption nodes across its surface. It was clearly analyzing the ambient energy of this world and modifying itself to utilize it. "It's incorporating chakra into its structure," Kaguya observed, genuine concern in her tone. "A dangerous synergy." Goku didn't wait for the transformation to complete. He charged forward, transforming into Super Saiyan mid-stride, golden aura blazing around him as he launched a devastating combination of strikes. Each blow landed with thunderous impact, cratering Cell X's carapace and driving it backward across the square. The creature recovered with disturbing speed, its Dhamma G'd sections regenerating almost instantly. Energy signature analyzed, counterforce calibrated. Its next attack matched Goku's own fighting style with uncanny precision, mimicking the very combination he had just used. They exchanged blows at speeds that rendered them nearly invisible to most observers, only the shockwaves of their impacts marking their positions. Tsunade organized the defensive efforts, directing shinobi to evacuate the surrounding blocks while Mei prepared a containment technique involving superheated steam to limit the creature's mobility. Kaguya observed the battle with analytical intensity, her third eye tracking movements too fast for conventional vision. "It adapts to combat patterns," she noted. "Conventional tactics will fail as it incorporates each new experience. So we need something unconventional," Tsunade concluded, turning to Mei. "Lady Mizukage, your Kekkei Genkai might provide an avenue. If we can immobilize it long enough." Mei nodded in understanding. "I'll need a clear shot and approximately 10 seconds of uninterrupted preparation." Kaguya considered this, then made a decision. "I will provide your opening." Without waiting for approval, she glided forward toward the ongoing battle, dimensional energy gathering around her hands. Goku sensed her approach and adjusted his strategy accordingly, driving Cell X toward a position where Kaguya could intervene effectively. The creature, despite its adaptive intelligence, hadn't yet incorporated multiple opponents into its tactical model. As Cell X prepared another strike, Kaguya made her move. With a graceful gesture, she opened a small dimensional rift directly behind the creature, the sudden vacuum pulling it off balance. Goku capitalized immediately, landing a devastating kick that sent Cell X tumbling through the air toward Mei's position. The Mizukage had completed her preparation, her chakra molded into her unique combination of water and fire nature. Yoden. Corrosive mist technique. From her lips poured a cloud of superheated, acidic vapor that engulfed Cell X entirely. The creature's exoskeleton began to sizzle and dissolve under the corrosive assault, its regenerative abilities temporarily overwhelmed by the unfamiliar attack. "Now, Son Goku," Tsunade called out, "while its defenses are compromised. Goku needed no further prompting. He gathered his ki, channeling it into his signature technique. Ka, mi, ha, mi, ha. The blue-white energy wave erupted from his hands, engulfing the partially dissolved Cell X in devastating force. The B.M. continued beyond the village boundaries, eventually dissipating against distant mountains with an explosion visible for miles. As the energy faded and the dust settled, Goku remained on guard. Experience with the original Cell had taught him never to assume victory too quickly. His caution proved warranted. From the smoking crater emerged a much-reduced Cell X, nearly half its body mass destroyed. Yet still functioning as it regenerated slowly, visibly struggling against the combined damage of Mei's corrosive mist and Goku's energy attack. Tactical reassessment required, it hissed, sounding less confident than before. Primary objective: survival. Secondary objective: data collection. Before anyone could prevent it, Cell X launched itself skyward with surprising speed, clearly intending to escape. Kaguya reacted instantly, opening another dimensional portal in its path, not to capture it, but to redirect it. Seal it, she commanded as the creature was forced back toward the ground. Goku understood immediately. The seal containing the Void Walkers and Ancient One might be capable of adding this creature to its prison as well. He channeled his energy differently, focusing on the patterns etched into his skin rather than external projection. The seal markings blazed with golden light as he extended his hand toward the falling Cell X. "I really hope this works," he muttered. Drawing upon the dimensional mechanics Kaguya had established within the seal, a visible connection formed between Goku and Cell X, not physical but energetic, a tether of golden light int. RT whined with the silvery energy of Kaguya's dimensional manipulation. The creature struggled against the pull, its partially regenerated form thrashing in midair as it was inexorably drawn toward Goku. Contamination detected. It protested, genuine alarm in its synthesized voice. Unknown entities within target, incompatible with. Its protests ended abruptly as the seal activated fully, drawing Cell X into the dimensional pocket within Goku's being. The process was visibly taxing. Goku's face contorted with effort, sweat beading on his forehead as he forced the seal to accommodate another prisoner. With a final pulse of light, the absorption completed. Cell X vanished entirely, leaving only dissipating energy and destruction as evidence of its presence. The seal patterns across. Goku's skin flared brightly before settling into a slightly altered configuration, the design subtly changing to incorporate its new prisoner. Goku dropped to one knee, breathing heavily from the exertion. That was harder than the first time, he managed between breaths. Kaguya approached, examining the modified seal with professional interest. The dimensional pocket adapts, but not without strain. Adding disparate entities creates internal conflicts that the seal must reconcile. Tsunade and Mei joined them, both leaders visibly impressed by the coordinated defeat of such a formidable opponent. "That creature," Mei observed, "it came from your world, yet seemed to be hunting you specifically." Goku nodded, climbing back to his feet as his strength returned. "Yeah, and that's the weird part. It looked like Cell, an enemy I fought years ago, but different. Enhanced somehow. And it knew me, was specifically looking for me across diamonds Tsunade concluded grimly. Which means, we're dealing with more than random dimensional rifts. Someone, or something, is deliberately exploiting these weaknesses." Kaguya's expression darkened at this assessment. If entities can be specifically directed through the rifts, the situation is more concerning than I initially believed. Random incursions follow patterns, targeted ones suggest intelligence guiding the process. As the immediate crisis passed, attention turned to damage control. The market square had been devastated by the battle, though thankfully civilian casualties were minimal thanks to rapid evacuation. Tsunade organized Z recovery efforts with practiced efficiency, while Mei offered assistance from Kurigaku's skilled water manipulation specialists to help clear debris. Goku remained where he stood, focused inward. As he adjusted to the new presence contained within his seal. Unlike the alien consciousness of the Void Walkers and Ancient One, Cell X's mind was recognizable, malevolent but comprehensible, its thoughts occasionally brushing against Goku's awareness like distant radio transmissions. "It's still conscious in there," he informed Kaguya quietly when she returned to his side. "Trying to understand its surroundings." Looking for weaknesses in the seal. Expected, she replied. Unlike the dimensional entities, this being exists within conventional reality parameters. Its consciousness would utterly remain more distinct within the containment field. She studied him with analytical intensity. Can you maintain separation? Prevent its influence from affecting you? Goku considered this seriously. I think so. It's not like it's talking to me directly, more like overhearing someone in another room. But I'll need to be careful, especially when using the seal's power. Their conversa. Chion was interrupted by a young shinobi messenger approaching with urgent deference. Lady Tsunade requests your presence at the eastern compound immediately. Preparations have been accelerated in light of recent events. The Senju Forest compound proved to be a sprawling traditional estate nestled among ancient trees, surrounded by natural gardens and flowing streams. The main structure was an elegant two-story building of traditional design, with several smaller outbuildings arranged around a central courtyard. Despite its classical appearance, Goku noticed modern additions, reinforced structural elements. What appeared to be advanced security systems disguised within traditional architecture, and evidence of recent renovations to accommodate research equipment. Tsunade awaited them in the central courtyard, accompanied by Shizune and several administrative shinobi coordinating the final preparations. We've accelerated the timeline, she explained without preamble. After today's incident, the council unanimously approved emergency measures to address the dimensional crisis. Unanimous, Kaguya noted with mild surprise. Even your skeptical colleague Danzo. Nothing unites adversaries quite like a common enemy. Tsunade replied dryly. Witnessing a creature that absorbs living beings tends to clarify priorities. As they toured the compound, Goku was impressed by the thoughtfulness evident in the preparations. The main building contained living quarters adapted to both his practical needs and Kaguya's more ethereal preferences, while outbuildings had been converted to research facilities equipped with sophisticated sensory equipment. The central building sits directly above a natural chakra confluence, Tsunade explained as they entered what appeared to be the main research chamber. Our sensor teams have already detected unusual energy fluctuations consistent with dimensional thinning, though no actual breaches have occurred here. Kaguya moved immediately to examine the equipment, her expression betraying mild surprise at its sophistication. You've incorporated principles from multiple chakra traditions, she observed, studying the arrangement of sensing arrays. Some I recognize from my era, others developed after my sealing. We've compiled the most advanced sensory techniques from all 5 great nations, Tsunade confirmed. Lady Mei's contribution was particularly valuable. Kurigakure's mist-based detection systems can identify subtle atmospheric changes indicative of dimensional disturbances. Speaking of the Mizukage, Mei herself arrived shortly thereafter, having completed her assistance with the market district cleanup. Impressive facilities, she commented, surveying the compound with appreciative eyes. The natural energy flows here are remarkable. One can almost see why the Senju chose this location for their ancestral lands. Her gaze shifted to Goku, who was examining a wall displaying maps of reported dimensional anomalies across the shinobi nations. How are you feeling after that remarkable sealing technique? Adding another entity to your internal menagerie must be taxing. Goku appreciated her direct approach. It's manageable. This one's actually easier to contain than the others. It thinks more like we do, has limits I understand. He traced a pattern of reported anomalies on the map. These are forming a pattern, aren't they? Tsunade joined them, studying the map with renewed interest. What do you see? They're not random, he explained, indicating the distribution of reported incidents. They form a spiral pattern, growing more concentrated as they approach Konoha. He looked to Kaguya for confirmation. Almost like they're being drawn towards something here. Kaguya examined the pattern, her third eye opening to analyze the data more comprehensively. You have surprising insight for a warrior, she commented. Yes, the distribution suggests a gravitational effect, something at the CE. Are creating dimensional pull that weakens the barriers more severely as proximity increases. But what could serve as such a focal point? Mei questioned, studying the converging pattern. What ISTS in Konoha that would attract interdimensional attention? A moment of silence followed as the implications settled over the group. Tsunade was the first to voice the uncomfortable conclusion. The seal, she stated, looking directly at Kaguya. Your seal was the epicenter. Which means either your containment itself was the attracting force, or I was, Kaguya finished, her expression unreadable. The question becomes, was I the target or merely the catalyst? She turned to Goku. The creature from your world. It recognized me immediately, categorized me as a priority target above even you, its apparent objective. Goku nodded slowly. It called you an Omega-level entity. And it seemed more interested in you than me once it got a good look. This suggests coordination, May observed sharply. The dimensional rifts beginning near Lady Kaguya's seal, creatures emerging that specifically recognize and target both of you. These are not random cosmic events. Someone's orchestrating this, Tsunade concluded grimly. But to what end? And who possesses the power to manipulate dimensional barriers on this scale? Kaguya's expression darkened. Few entities possess such capability. Fewer still would have reason to target me specifically. She turned away, moving toward the sensing equipment with sudden purpose. We must accelerate our investigation. If these incur, scions are indeed targeted rather than random, the pattern will reveal the source. As the others followed her lead, Goku remained momentarily by the map, studying the spiral pattern with unusual intensity. Something about it triggered a distant memory. A conversation with King Kai years ago about the structure of reality, about how dimensions spiraled around cosmic focal points like water circling a drain. It's not just coming for Kaguya, he murmured to himself, the realization settling in his gut like a cold weight. It's using her as a beacon to find something else. Something here. The remainder of the day passed in organized chaos as research teams were assembled. Security protocols unification networks extended to monitor for new dimensional anomalies across the shinobi nations. Goku found himself in the unusual position of being both research subject and security asset. His unique energy signature and the entities contained within his seal made him simultaneously valuable or study and essential for defense against further incursions. By evening, a steady rhythm had been established. Sensor teams reported hourly from positions throughout Fire Country, tracking subtle fluctuations that might indicate impending rifts. Research units analyzed data from the Cell X encounter, attempting to reconcile its biological composition with chakra-based understanding of life energy. Security details maintained discrete perimeters around the compound, balancing protection with Tsunade's insistence that this was a research facility, not a prison. Goku eventually found himself in the compound's central garden, drawn by the need for open sky after hours in research chambers. The sunset painted the horizon in shades of orange and purple, stars beginning to emerge in the darkening east. He settled into a meditative posture on a flat stone beside a small pond, closing his eyes to focus on the seal's internal balance. Inside the dimensional pocket, the entities remained contained but active, the Void Walkers an ancient one existing in states beyond conventional understanding, while Cell X maintained more recognizable consciousness, continuously analyzing its prison for weaknesses. Maintaining separation between these entities required constant, subtle energy regulation, a skill Goku was developing through necessity rather than training. Your adaptation rate is remarkable, came Kaguya's voice as she approached silently across the garden. Most beings would be overwhelmed by containing such entities, yet you manage them while maintaining normal function. Goku opened his eyes, offering a tired smile. Not sure how. Normal. I'm functioning, but I'm hanging in there. He gestured to the space beside him in invitation. Any progress with the research? Kaguya settled gracefully on an adjacent stone, her otherworldly presence somehow appropriate against the twilight backdrop. Preliminary findings confirm your observation regarding the pattern of incursions. The spiral configuration centers precisely on the location of my former seal. But we still don't know who's causing it or why, Goku concluded. Not conclusively, she agreed. Though I have suspicions. Something in her tone made Goku look at her more closely. You've got a theory you haven't shared with Tsunade and the others. Kaguya met his gaze directly, her expression unreadable in the fading light. There are aspects of my past that remain sensitive. Revelations that would complicate already tenuous trust. You're worried about them trying to seal you again if they knew everything, Goku surmised. His perception sharper than his casual demeanor might suggest. A reasonable concern, given historical precedent, she acknowledged coolly. Goku considered this, watch. Koi fish circle lazily in the pond before them. I meant what I said to the council, he stated finally. About helping stop you if you turned out to be harmful. But that goes both ways. I won't let them punish you for things you haven't done, or for history that might not be as simple as their records claim. His straightforward declaration seemed to surprise her. For a moment, the cold mask slipped, revealing something almost vulnerable beneath. You extend trust remarkably easily for a warrior of your experience. Not trust exactly, he clarified. Just fair judgment. Everyone deserves that much. They sat in companionable silence as true darkness fell, stars emerging in full brilliance above the forest canopy. Unlike many, Goku seemed entirely comfortable with silence, neither intimidated by Kaguya's presence nor compelled to fill the quiet with unnecessary conversation. The peaceful moment was interrupted by the arrival of Maid Terumi, her elegant figure silhouetted Agai. The lantern-lit pathway from the main building. Forgive the intrusion, she began, approaching with graceful confidence. Lady Tsunade asked me to inform you that the communal meal is prepared, should you wish to join. Food sounds great, Goku responded immediately, his Saiyan appetite apparently unaffected by interdimensional containment duties. He stood, stretching muscles stiff from prolonged stillness. Coming, Kaguya, I require little conventional sustenance, she reminded him, though she rose nonetheless. But the social exchange may prove informative. May smiled, the expression warming her striking features. I confess personal interest as well. It's rare to have the opportunity for informal conversation with beings of your unique perspectives. The dining hall had been arranged to accommodate both practical needs and diplomatic protocol. A long, low table dominated the space, cushions arranged around it in the traditional style. Foods representing various regions of the shinobi world had been prepared, perhaps as much cultural exchange as sustenance. Tsunade was already present, along with Kakashi, Shizune, and several senior researchers and security personnel. The conversation paused momentarily as Goku, Kaguya, and Mei entered, then resumed with deliberate casualness, an attempt at normalcy in decidedly abnormal circumstances. Goku, ever adaptable, say. Chi led comfortably at the table and began sampling dishes with enthusiastic appreciation. His genuine enjoyment of the food seemed to ease tensions somewhat, his unpretentious nature difficult to maintain formality against. These dumplings are amazing, he commented between bites. Reminds me of the ones Chi makes, though the spices are different. Chi, Mei inquired, seizing the conversational opening. A friend from your world. My wife, Goku clarified, his expression softening with fondness. Well, ex-wife technically. We separated a few years back, but we're still family. His personal revelation drew surprised looks from around the table. Somehow, amid dimensional crises and cosmic entities, the idea of Goku having such ordinary human connections hadn't occurred to many present. You have family waiting for your return, Tsunade observed, studying him with renewed interest. Goku nodded, momentarily serious. My sons, Gohan and Goten. Friends who are practically family too. He managed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. They're used to me disappearing on adventures, though usually not quite this dramatically. Yet you volunteered as vessel for the seal without hesitation, Kakashi noted. Knowing it might prevent your return. It was the right call, Goku replied simply. If those things had escaped, they would have eventually threatened my world too. Besides, he added with characteristic optimism, I've never encountered a problem that didn't have a solution eventually. We'll figure something out. His matter-of-fact courage seemed to impress even Kaguya, who had remained largely silent during the meal, observing interactions with analytical interest. Tell us of your world, Mei requested, gracefully redirecting the conversation to less personal territory. How does it differ from ours? Goku considered this while reaching for seconds or perhaps thirds of several dishes. Well, we don't have shinobi or chakra. Some people use ki, life energy, like I do. But it's pretty rare. Most folks live pretty normal lives in cities and towns, no different from your civilians really. He gestured vaguely. Technology's different. We've got flying cars, space travel. That sort of thing. But people are just people wherever you go. And these enemies you've faced? Tsunade inquired. This cell that today's creature resembled. That's a long story, Goku admitted. Short version. My world's had its share of threats. Alien invaders, artificial beings like Cell, ancient destroyers woken up after thousands of years. Usually a small group of us handles it, me, Vegeta. Piccolo, my son Gohan out governmental sanction? May asked, her question reflecting her leadership perspective. Goku laughed. The government usually doesn't even know what's happening until it's over. We try to keep things away from populated areas when we can. A different approach than our shinobi system, Kakashi observed. Interesting that both worlds developed methods to address extraordinary threats, even if the organizational structures differ. The conversation flowed naturally from there, ranging from comparative discussion of combat technique to cultural differences between the shinobi nations themselves, which Goku found as interesting as the differences between worlds. Throughout, he noticed May's subtle but persistent attention, questions specifically directed his way. Genuine interest in his responses, occasional moments where their eyes met with unspoken understanding of the absurdity of their situation. As the meal concluded, ND participants began to disperse to evening duties. May approached Goku directly. I believe I promised you tea earlier, before we were so rudely interrupted by interdimensional invaders, she reminded him with a small smile. The offer stands, if you're not too fatigued from today's events. Before Goku could respond, a sudden, sharp pain lanced through his abdomen, radiating outward from the central seal pattern on his chest. He stiffened, one hand instinctively pressing against the site as the seal markings flickered with momentary illumination. Kaguya was at his side instantly, her eye opening to analyze the disturbance. Internal conflict, she stated tensely. The entities within the seal are interacting. The pain subsided as quickly as it had come, leaving Goku breathing heavily but otherwise unharmed. Cell X, he confirmed grimly. It's trying to absorb the void walkers within the dimensional pocket. This announcement drew immediate concern from all present. Tsunade approached, medical chakra already gathering around her hands. Can you maintain separation between them? For now, Goku assured her, straightening as the discomfort faded. It was just testing boundaries. Seeing what else was in there with it. I've got it under control. Despite his confidence, the incident cast a shadow over the evening's relative normalcy. Practical concerns quickly reasserted themselves as Tsunade ordered increased monitoring of Goku's condition and Kaguya proposed modifications to the seal's internal structure to maintain stronger barriers between the contained entities. May, however, remained by Goku's side even as others dispersed to implement these precautions. The tea offer still stands, she stated quietly. Perhaps more necessary now than before. Goku appreciated her steadfastness. I'd like that, thanks. Could use something normal after all this. They retreated to a small side chamber arranged as a traditional tea room, where May personally prepared the beverage with practiced grace that spoke of cultural training beyond her martial abilities. The ritual, selecting the appropriate tea, heating water to precise temperature, the methodical preparation, created a peaceful atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the day's chaos. In Kurigakure, we believe proper tea preparation clears the mind for important conversations, May explained as she served the steaming beverage. And I suspect we have much to discuss that might benefit from clear thinking. Goku accepted the cup gratefully, inhaling the aromatic steam before taking a careful sip. This is good, he commented with genuine appreciation. Different from what I'm used to, but nice. A specialty blend from Water Country's southern islands, May explained. Known for its calming properties without dulling alertness. She studied him over the rim of her own cup. How are you truly managing with your passengers? The directness of her question, asked without witnesses or political calculation, invited honesty. Goku considered his response carefully. It's harder than I let on, he admitted finally. Not physically so much, I've handled worse pain. But keeping them separated, maintaining the boundaries. It's like holding 6 different thoughts in your head at once, all the time. He rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture of uncharacteristic weariness. And Cell X is the most difficult in some ways. The others are so alien they're almost abstract, but it thinks, plans, adapts. Constantly looking for weaknesses. May listened attentively, her political mask momentarily set aside. Yet you volunteered for this burden without hesitation. For strangers, for a world not your own. Goku shrugged slightly. Seemed like the right thing to do. I had the best chance of containing them. His expression grew momentarily distant. I've made mistakes before. Choices that put others at risk because I wanted a better fight or a stronger opponent. People I care about paid for those mistakes. So when there's a clear right choice, especially when it comes to protecting others, I try not to hesitate anymore. The personal revelation seemed to touch Mei, her composed expression softening. A philosophy many shinobi aspire to but few achieve with such clarity. She set her cup down deliberately. Which brings me to a more direct question. What do you make of Lady Kaguya? The conversational shift might have seemed abrupt from anyone else, but Goku recognized the logical connection. Both his decision to serve as living prison and Kaguya's presence represent potential threats requiring evaluation. She's complicated, he answered honestly. Powerful in ways I haven't fully figured out yet. Carrying a lot of history and hurt from what happened with her sons. He paused, considering his next words carefully. But I don't think she's evil, not in the way your histories describe. Dangerous, absolutely, but not malevolent for its own sake. You trust her, Mei observed. Neither approving nor condemning. I trust what I've seen so far, Goku clarified. She could have abandoned Konoha during that first fight with the Void Walkers, could have let me fail containing the Ancient One. She didn't. He smiled slightly. I've learned to watch what people do under pressure, not what they say they'll do. Mei considered this perspective thoughtfully. A refreshingly straightforward assessment, unburdened by our historical biases. She leaned forward slightly. And what have you observed of me, Son Goku? What does your pressure-tested evaluation reveal? The directness of her question, combined with the subtle shift in her posture, made her interest clear without being inappropriate. Goku found himself momentarily taken aback, not by the interest itself, which he had encountered often enough throughout his adventures, but by the timing amid such extraordinary circumstances. I think you're someone who puts her people's safety first, he answered honestly. You came here personally when you could have sent representatives, because you wanted to assess the situation with your own eyes. You fought alongside us against Cell X without hesitation, using techniques that put you at risk. He met her gaze directly. And I think you're trying to figure out if I'm a potential ally or threat to your village, which is exactly what a good leader should do. Mei's lips curved in a smile that combined appreciation and amusement. Perceptive as well as powerful. You continue to surprise, Goku. She refilled their teacups with elegant precision. Though you diplomatically avoided addressing the more personal aspect of my interest. Goku rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture of mild embarrassment. Yeah, I noticed that too. It's just complicated right now. With everything that's happening, and these entities I'm containing, and trying to figure out how to get home eventually. Of course, Mei agreed smoothly, her dignity unruffled by his gentle deflection. The timing is admittedly unusual. Consider it merely an expression of interest that requires no immediate response. Her smile turned slightly mischievous. We Mizukage are patient WLE objectives. Before Goku could respond to this elegant persistence, a subtle shift in the ambient energy of the compound drew his attention. He straightened, senses extending outward, as he detected Kaguya's distinctive signature moving with purpose toward the research facility. Something's happening, he stated, rising from his cushion. Kaguya sensed something. Mei followed his lead without question, her own chakra flaring as she prepared for potential threats. They moved swiftly through the compound, arriving at the main research chamber where they found Kaguya standing before the primary sensor array. Her third eye fully open as she studied energy patterns displayed across multiple screens. You felt it, she acknowledged without turning as they entered. Your sensitivity to dimensional fluctuations increases, an effect of the seal, no doubt. What have you detected? Mei inquired, all business now as she assessed the situation. Not a rift forming, Kaguya clarified, but a pattern emerging within the dimensional fabric itself. She gestured to the displays, where complex energy readings pulsed in rhythmic sequences. These are not random fluctuations. This is communication. Tsunade entered moments later, clearly summoned by security personnel monitoring the facility. Communication. Between whom? Unknown, Kaguya admitted, but the pattern originates from multiple locations simultaneously, points equidistant from Konoha, forming a perfect circle around the village. Goku studied the displays, recognizing something in the pulsing patterns. Despite his limited scientific understanding, it's counting down, he realized suddenly. Look at the interval changes, they're decreasing at a constant rate. Kaguya nodded, apparently unsurprised by his insight. Precisely. A synchronization sequence, commonly used before coordinated dimensional operations. How long? Tsunade demanded, immediately grasping the implications. At current rate of acceleration. Approximately 12 hours until convergence, Kaguya calculated, her expression grave. Whatever is coming, it arrives tomorrow. The announcement settled over the room with ominous weight. After a day of relative progress, this reminder of the escalating crisis refocused all present on the urgency of their situation. Alert all sensor teams, Tsunade ordered Shizune, who had arrived behind her. Full activation protocols for all security forces within Fire Country. And send word to the other cages, they need to prepare for potential incursions within their territories as well. As preparations accelerated around them, Goku found himself drawn to the map display showing the circular pattern of energy signatures surrounding Konoha. The deliberate arrangement confirmed what they had begun to suspect. These incursions were not random cosmic accidents but coordinated attacks with specific purpose. They're coming for something here, he stated, more to himself than those around him. Or someone. Kaguya approached silently, standing beside him before the display. Yes, she agreed simply. The question remains, what do they seek? The ancient one now sealed within you. The dimensional nexus points that naturally exist in this region. Or perhaps, you, Goku finished, meeting her gaze directly. You said earlier you had suspicions you hadn't shared with everyone. I think it's time you did. For a long moment, Kaguya seemed to weigh her options, calculating political risks against practical necessities. Finally, she nodded once, decision made. Gather the leaders, she instructed. There are truths that must be revealed if we are to prepare adequately for what comes tomorrow. The emergency council convened in the main building's central Amber, a room clearly designed for secure discussions, with privacy seals activated along its perimeter. Present were Tsunade, Mei, Kakashi as Konoha's strategic advisor, and several senior shinobi both villages who had proven themselves during previous dimensional incidents. Goku sat cross-legged near Kaguya, his presence both supportive and symbolic of his role as her guarantor. Before I begin, Kaguya addressed the assembled leaders, understand that what I share now has been known to no humans since my son's era. The full truth of my origins and purpose was distorted even before my sealing, becoming further corrupted through generations of historical transmission. The gravity of her preface silenced even the most skeptical present. Tsunade nodded for her to continue, expression serious but open. I am Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, she began, her voice taking on a formal cadence that suggested ancient ritual. But the Ōtsutsuki are not merely a clan or bloodline as your history's record. We are a multidimensional species with presence across countless realities, connected by what you might understand as a hive consciousness while maintaining individual identity. This revelation immediately shifted the atmosphere in the room, implications rippling through those present. Goku, however, seemed unsurprised, perhaps because his own adventures had exposed him to similarly expansive cosmic concepts. Our purpose, Kaguya continued, is cultivation and harvesting of what we call divine trees, manifestations of dimensional energy that grow within promising realities, absorbing life essence until reaching maturity. The fruit of these trees contains concentrated dimensional power that sustains our existence and expands our consciousness across realities. Your history's record, that I came to this world seeking power, this is partially accurate. I was sent as cultivator for this dimension's divine tree. But what no record shows is that I was also this dimension's assigned Guardian, tasked with ensuring controlled harvest rather than complete consumption. She paused, allowing this fundamental revision of history to settle before continuing. Upon arriving in this world, I discovered humanity, primitive but possessing remarkable potential. Contrary to your histories, I did not immediately consume the divine tree's fruit. I observed, studied, and eventually, developed attachment. Her voice softened almost imperceptibly. Your ancestors showed courage, creativity, compassion, qualities the Ōtsutsuki consider weaknesses but which I came to recognize as strengths. When conflict threatened to destroy human civilization, I intervened, consuming the fruit not to enslave humanity but to end their wars and guide their development. This decision constituted treason against the Ōtsutsuki hierarchy. By consuming the fruit intended for harvest and sharing its power with humanity through my sons, I disrupted the cosmic cycle and declared this dimension under my protection rather than designated for consumption. The implications of this revelation were staggering. What had been recorded as a tyrant's selfish power grab reframed as cosmic rebellion against a multidimensional harvesting species. So you were protecting humanity, Tsunade clarified, clearly struggling to reconcile this with generations of historical understanding. Not attempting to enslave it. My methods were imperfect. Kaguya acknowledged, a rare admission that humanized her further. Absolute power, even wielded with benevolent intent, remains corruption. I established peace through dominance rather than cooperation. My sons recognized this failing, though they misunderstood my underlying motivation. Goku listened intently, pieces falling into place. So these dimensional rifts, the things coming through, they're connected to these other Ōtsutsuki. They're coming for you because you betrayed them. Kaguya nodded, her expression grave. The disruption to their harvest cycle would not go unanswered indefinitely. My sealing temporarily obscured this dimension from their awareness, but something has drawn their attention once more. Her gaze shifted to the seal patterns visible on Goku's exposed skin. Perhaps the ancient one you've contained. Such entities exist beyond the Ōtsutsuki's control but not beyond their. Ahad remained thoughtfully silent throughout Kaguya's revelation, finally spoke. If what you say is true, then tomorrow's convergence represents more than random incursions. It is a coordinated assault to reclaim this dimension for harvesting. Yes, Kaguya confirmed simply. And unlike the scattered threats you've faced thus far, the Ōtsutsuki operate with singular purpose across multiple dimensions simultaneously. What comes tomorrow will test even my capabilities. And mine, Goku added, unconsciously touching the seal on his chest. These things inside me, they're reacting to whatever's happening. Getting more active as the countdown continues. Tsunade absorbed this information with the gravity it deserved. You've kept this truth hidden until now. Why reveal it at this juncture? Because preparation requires understanding, Kaguya replied. You cannot defend against what you do not comprehend. And because, she hesitated, perhaps surprising herself with what came next, because Son Goku was correct. Trust requires truth, even uncomfortable truth. Goku smiled slightly at this acknowledgement, before returning to the practical concerns at hand. So what exactly should we expect tomorrow? And how do we prepare? Kaguya turned to the displayed energy patterns, which continued their rhythmic countdown. The convergence pattern suggests a synchronized multi-point arrival, likely Ōtsutsuki advance forces rather than harvesting units. Their priority will be confirmation of this dimension's status and neutralization of resistance. Her expression darkened, including me, as betrayer of our purpose. What about the Ancient One and the other entities in my seal? Goku questioned. Will they try to release them? Unlikely, Kaguya assessed. Such entities exist beyond even Ōtsutsuki control. They would more likely attempt to eliminate you entirely than risk unleashing what you contain. Comforting, Goku muttered, though without genuine complaint. Kakashi, who had remained analytically silent throughout the revelations, finally spoke. Lady Kaguya, given your intimate knowledge of Ōtsutsuki capabilities and tactics, what defense would you recommend? Konoha's forces are substantial but finite. Kaguya considered this practical question with evident approval of its directness. Conventional shinobi techniques will prove largely ineffective against full Ōtsutsuki. However, she added, seeing concern spread across the faces present. Your world has developed unique adaptations since my sealing, particularly combination techniques that may prove unexpectedly effective. Additionally, she continued, Son Goku's ki-based abilities operate on principles unfamiliar to the Ōtsutsuki. This represents a significant tactical advantage if properly leveraged. Then we prepare according to your recommendations, Tsunade decided, her pragmatism overriding any lingering historical biases. Lady May, will Kurigakure stand with us in this defense? May's response was immediate and definitive. This threat transcends national boundaries. Kurigakure's forces are at your disposal. Her gaze shifted to Goku momentarily. And I believe I speak for all 5 Kage when I say we recognize the invaluable contributions of our interdimensional allies. As the meeting transitioned to tactical planning, deployment strategies, evacuation protocols, communication systems, Goku found himself increasingly aware of the complex politics underlying what should have been straightforward crisis response. The shinobi world's history of conflict and uneasy alliances colored every decision, even when facing existential threats. Yet something positive was emerging as well. Kaguya's revelation, rather than destroying the fragile trust that had begun to form, seemed to strengthen it through honesty. Her willingness to expose her own vulnerability, admitting imperfection in her methods, acknowledging her son's legitimate concerns about her rule, humanized what had been portrayed as an inhuman threat. As the Council dispersed to implement preparation measures, Goku approached Kaguya directly. That couldn't have been easy, he observed quietly. Telling them the truth about your past, knowing it might change how they see you. Kaguya regarded him with that unreadable expression that had become familiar over their short acquaintance. Truth is rarely comfortable, she acknowledged. Yet you were correct. Maintaining deception would ultimately prove counterproductive. Goku smiled, recognizing the significant concession from someone who had operated through manipulation for millennia. We make a pretty good team, you know. Your knowledge, my strength. Plus all these shinobi with their techniques I've never seen before. An unusual alliance, Kaguya agreed, the faintest hint of amusement touching her lips. Though perhaps appropriate given the unusual nature of our adversary. As they walked together toward the compound's central courtyard, where preparation activities were already accelerating, Goku became aware of Mei watching their interaction with thoughtful interest. The Mizukage approached as they emerged into the open air, her expression suggesting she had reached some private conclusion. Your revelation changes everything and nothing, Lady Kaguya, she observed cryptically. The threat remains the same, but our understanding of your role within it evolves. She turned to include Goku in her address. Whatever comes tomorrow, know that Kurigaka recognizes the value of allies who choose to stand with humanity rather than against it, regardless of their origins. The diplomatic statement carried personal undertones that weren't lost on either recipient. As Mei departed to coordinate with her own forces, Goku found himself reflecting on the unlikely circumstances that had brought him to this world and the even more unlikely alliances forming in response to cosmic threat. Beside him, Kaguya gazed toward the horizon where dawn would eventually bring their adversaries. Her expression held something he hadn't observed before. Not merely determination or calculation, but something almost like hope. They were wrong about you, he stated simply. Kaguya turned, genuine surprise flickering across her features. Who? Your sons. The historians. Everyone who thought you came here just for power. Goku smiled, the expression warming his battle-hardened features. You might have gone about it wrong, but you were trying to protect this world, not rule it. For perhaps the first time since her freedom, Kaguya's expression softened completely, ancient eyes revealing the weight of millennia of misunderstanding. Few beings across any dimension would reach such a conclusion based on evidence so limited. Maybe, Goku acknowledged with characteristic humility. Or maybe sometimes you just need a fresh perspective to see what's been there all along. As night deepened around them, preparation continued throughout the compound and beyond, shinobi moving with practiced efficiency. Sensor arrays being calibrated, communication networks established between villages. Tomorrow would bring challenges unlike any this world had faced in generations. Yet amid the purposeful chaos, a moment of genuine connection had formed between beings from entirely different dimensions, a shared understanding that transcended their vastly different origins and experiences. Whatever came with tomorrow's convergence, they would face it not as reluctant allies of convenience, but as partners who had begun to recognize unexpected value in each other. In the research chamber, the countdown continued its rhythmic pulse, marking the steady approach of a confrontation that would test not just their combined power, but the newfound trust beginning to form between them. 12 hours until convergence. 12 hours to prepare for the arrival of beings who had designated this entire dimension for harvest. 12 hours until truth itself would be tested against the cosmic forces that had shaped Kaguya's existence, and by extension, the entire shinobi world. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3, Worlds Apart. Dawn arrived with deceptive serenity over the Senju compound. Dew glistened. Ned on emerald grass as pale golden light filtered through ancient trees, casting dappled shadows across buildings now converted to interdimensional research facilities. Birds called their morning songs, oblivious to the cosmic countdown steadily approaching zero beneath their perches. Goku stood motionless in the central courtyard, eyes closed in deep meditation. The seal patterns across his OSED skin pulsed with subtle luminescence as he maintained internal balance among the entities contained within him. 6 hours remained before the predicted convergence, 6 hours to prepare for an interdimensional invasion unlike anything this world had faced in millennia. Within the sealed pocket dimension inside him, the Ancient One stirred restlessly, somehow aware of the approaching Ōtsutsuki forces. Its consciousness brushed against Goku's awareness like cold fingers across his thoughts. Not communication exactly, but something more primal. Warning, perhaps, or anticipation. They sense it too, he murmured as Kaguya approached silently across the courtyard. Whatever's coming, they know it. Expected, she confirmed, her third eye already open to observe the dimensional fluctuations increasing around them. The Ancient Ones exist beyond conventional reality constraints. They perceive time and space differently than we do, as patterns rather than linear progression. Goku opened his eyes, the fatigue of continuous vigilance evident despite his remarkable stamina. I've been thinking about what you said yesterday, about these Ōtsutsuki being multidimensional. If they're coming here from multiple points simultaneously, we can't defend everywhere at once. A tactical assessment worthy of a seasoned commander, Kaguya acknowledged, genuine respect coloring her tone. You continue to defy expectations, Son Goku. He smiled tiredly. I've fought in enough battles to know when we're outmatched conventionally. His expression grew serious again. Which is why I think we need to try something unconventional. Tsunade and Mei emerged from the main building, both leaders having worked through the night coordinating defensive preparations. They approached as Goku outlined his developing idea. I need to go back, he stated simply. Just briefly, to my world. This proposal immediately captured everyone's attention. Tsunade frowned, clearly concerned about losing their most powerful defender before the coming confrontation. Is that even possible? And why now, with convergence only hours away? Because we need more information, Goku explained. The dimensional disturbances are affecting both worlds, mine and yours. That Cell X creature came from my reality, specifically hunting me. There might be answers there that could help us understand what's happening here. And allies, Mei added perceptively. You hope to bring reinforcements. Goku nodded. If I can make contact with my friends, especially Bulma, she's a scientific genius, we might be able to establish communication between dimensions. Maybe even find a way to stabilize the rifts. Kaguya studied him with analytical intensity. The theoretical premise is sound. With my dimensional ability, ties and the connection already established through your arrival, creating a temporary passage might be possible. Her expression remained guarded. However, the risk is substantial. Opening a control-led dimensional pathway requires precision and power, both of which would be unavailable for defense should the convergence occur during the attempt. We still have 6 hours, Goku countered. According to your calculations, that's enough time for a brief journey there and back. Tsunade and Mei exchanged meaningful glances, silently weighing strategic considerations. Finally, Tsunade nodded decisively. The potential intelligence gain outweighs the temporary tactical disadvantage. If Lady Kaguya believes it's possible, we should proceed. I have conditions, Kaguya stated firmly. The SSAGE must be brief, no more than 30 minutes in your dimension. The dimensional stress of maintaining the portal will increase with duration. She turned to face Goku directly. And I must accompany you. This last requirement raised eyebrows among the shinobi present. Tsunade voiced the obvious concern. You would both be absent during a potential crisis. The portal requires continuous maintenance from both sides. Kaguya explained. Son Goku's unique energy signature provides the targeting beacon. My abilities create and sustain the passage. Separation would result in collapsed connection and potential entrapment. Though the explanation was technically sound, Goku sensed additional motivation behind Kaguya's insistence. Her interest in seeing another dimension, perhaps comparing It to the many she had visited during her multidimensional existence, seemed genuine if not entirely relevant to their immediate crisis. I'm okay with that, he agreed readily. Just need to figure out where and when to open this portal. The original arrival point, Kaguya suggested. The location where your dimensional transit deposited you in this world. The fabric between realities will be thinnest there, requiring less energy to breach. Preparations moved with practiced efficiency once the decision was made. Sensory teams identified the precise coordinates of Goku's original arrival. The forest clearing where Kaguya's seal had been located. Tsunade dispatched ambush squadrons to secure the perimeter while research teams established monitoring equipment to record dimensional data during the attempt. Throughout these preparations, Goku maintained regular meditation to stabilize the seal containing the interdimensional entities. Their agitation continued to increase as convergence approached, requiring more conscious effort to maintain separation between them. Particularly concerning was Cell X's persistent attempts to analyze and potentially absorb the Void Walkers within the shared space, a development that would create unpredictable complications if successful. By mid-morning, they were prepared. The forest clearing looked markedly different from Goku's first arrival, EQ. Equipment now surrounded the crater where Kaguya's seal had been located, and Shinobi maintained vigilant perimeter security rather than hostile confrontation. Yet the underlying energy remained familiar. That distinctive thinness in reality's fabric that had facilitated his original transition. The dimensional resonance is stronger than anticipated, Kaguya observed as they stood at the crater's center. Her third eye remained open, analyzing the invisible energies surrounding them. Your passage created more significant disruption than I initially believed. Is that good or bad for what we're trying to do? Goku asked practically. Advantageous for creating the passage, concerning for overall dimensional stability, she replied with characteristic precision. The barriers between our RLDS have weakened substantially since your arrival. Tsunade approached, final preparations complete. The sensor array is active. We'll monitor the dimensional frequencies throughout the attempt. Her expression revealed the concern she maintained beneath her professional demeanor. 30 minutes, as agreed. After that, we begin emergency closure procedures regardless of your return status. Goku nodded his understanding. That should be enough time to make initial contact and explain the situation. If everything goes right, we might even establish a communication link before returning. Proceed with caution, May advised, joining them for the final briefing. We know little about how the convergence countdown might affect dimensional transit. The timing grows more precarious with each passing hour. With preparations complete and warnings acknowledged, Goku and Kaguya took their positions at the crater's center. Shinobi researchers retreated to safe observation distance, monitoring equipment humming with Rosses will feel familiar yet different from your original transit, Kaguya explained as they prepared. I will create the dimensional aperture, your energy signature will provide the targeting coordinates. When the passage stabilizes, we move through together, separation during transit would be unfortunate. Goku nodded, centering himself both physically and energetically. Ready when you are. Kaguya began the process with graceful precision, her hands weaving complex patterns that manipulated dimensional energy rather than conventional chakra. The air around them shimmered as reality itself responded to her commands, molecular structure becoming malleable under her influence. Simultaneously, Goku channeled his ki in a steady, controlled flow, not the explosive bursts used in combat, but a sustained resonance that carried the distinctive signature of his home dimension. The combined energies created visible distortion in the air before them, first rippling like heat waves, then coalescing into a swirling vortex reminiscent of the rift that had originally brought Goku to the shinobi world. Unlike that chaotic tear, however, this portal formed with deliberate structure, its edges defined and stable, its interior revealing blurred glimpses of another reality. The passage forms, Kaguya confirmed, her concentration evident in her tightened expression. Your energy signature has located its counterpart dimension. Prepare for transition. The swirling energies stabilized into a doorway-sized opening, through which Goku could now see a familiar landscape, the mountainous region where he had been training before his unexpected dimensional journey. Relief washed through him at this confirmation that return was possible, however temporarily. Now, Kaguya commanded, extending one hand toward him. We must move through together while maintaining the energetic connection. Goku took her offered hand without hesitation, a gesture of trust that seemed to momentarily surprise even Kaguya herself. Together, they stepped forward into the swirling portal. The transition felt like passing through an electrical field, every molecule in their body momentarily disassembling before reconstructing on the other side. The sensation lasted only seconds but contained a disorienting eternity of existing everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Then Olidati returned as they emerged onto the rocky plateau of Goku's home dimension. The familiar scent of pine and mountain air filled his lungs, accompanied by the subtle but distinctive energy patterns of his native reality. They had arrived precisely where he had departed, the evidence of his interrupted training still visible in cracked boulders and scorched earth. "We made it," he confirmed unnecessarily, releasing Kaguya's hand as they fully materialized. "This is definitely my world." Kaguya surveyed their surroundings with analytical curiosity, her third eye remaining open to observe dimensional energies unique to this reality. "Fascinating," she murmured. "The fundamental vibrational frequency differs from our dimension, higher resonance, lower density. More conducive to your key manipulation." Goku oriented himself quickly, extending his senses outward to locate familiar energy signatures. Almost immediately, he detected several. Gohan's distinctive power level to the east, Vegeta's unmistakable signature to the south, and most surprisingly, a familiar mechanical energy approaching rapidly from the west. "Someone's coming," he informed Kaguya, focusing on the approaching signature. "Someone from my world who would definitely have noticed a dimensional portal opening." Moments later, a figure appeared on the horizon, flying directly toward them with impressive speed. As it drew closer, Goku recognized the blonde hair and distinctive outfit of Android 18, one of Earth's defenders and wife to his oldest friend. "I was right," he murmured with a mixture of relief and concern. "She must have been monitoring for dimensional anomalies." Android 18 landed with characteristic grace, her expression shifting from alert readiness to surprise as she recognized Goku. Our eyes immediately narrowed upon seeing Kaguya, assessing the unknown entity with combat-ready caution. "Goku," she acknowledged coolly, never taking her eyes off Kaguya. "You've been missing for a week. Care to explain why you're suddenly back with an unknown companion radiating energy unlike anything in our database?" "A week," Goku repeated, surprised by the time differential. "It's only been a few days where I've been." "Dimensional time dilation," Kaguya explained. "Time flows differently between realities. A common phenomenon during interdimensional transit." Android 18's attention shifted fully to Kaguya, her enhanced sensors clearly detecting something beyond ordinary perception. "You're not from this dimension," she stated with mechanical certainty. "Your energy pattern Kontai NS quantum signatures inconsistent with our reality baseline." "Perceptive," Kaguya acknowledged, studying the android with reciprocal interest. "A synthetic being with consciousness. Your world contains fascinating developments." Goku quickly intervened before the assessment could become confrontational. 18. This is Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. She's helping me get back temporarily from another dimension. We don't have much time, literally about 25 minutes before the portal closes." This urgency refocused the conversation. Android 18's pragmatic nature asserted itself as she processed the immediate priorities. "Bulma's been tracking dimensional anomalies since your disappearance. Multiple rifts have opened across the planet, though nothing has emerged from most of them. She has IP meant monitoring the disruptions at Capsule Corp. That's exactly what we need," Goku confirmed. "Can you take us there immediately? We need to compare notes on what's happening in both dimensions." Android 18 nodded curtly. "I can fly you there faster than your instant transmission, given your unfamiliar energy state." Her gaze lingered momentarily on the seal patterns visible across Goku's exposed skin. "Those weren't there before. What happened to you?" "Long story involving interdimensional monsters and emergency containment," Goku simplified, moving closer so she could transport them. "I'll explain on the way." Kaguya appeared momentarily hesitant about this unfamiliar travel method but recognized the time constraints. She moved alongside Goku, maintaining proximity as Android 1.8 created an energy field that encapsulated all three of them. "Hold tight," 18 instructed as they lifted from the ground, accelerating rapidly to speeds that transformed the landscape below into a blur. During the brief flight, Goku provided a condensed explanation of recent events: his accidental arrival in the shinobi world, Kaguya's release, the Void Walker threat, the sealing technique that now made him a living prison for interdimensional entities, and the imminent convergence threatening both realities. Android 18 absorbed this information with characteristic efficiency, asking Akashi Onal clarifying questions that revealed both her analytical intelligence and her concern for the situation's implications. Bulma detected the first anomalies approximately 3 days after your disappearance, she explained as they approached West City's distinctive skyline. Initially isolated incidents, but increasing in frequency and intensity over the past 72 hours. The pattern suggested coordinated activity rather than random dimensional fluctuations. Just like in our world, Goku confirmed, glancing at Kaguya, who maintained silent observation of this new dimension with evident fascination. The most significant concentration of anomalies has centered around Capsule Corporation itself, 18 continued as they descended toward the distinctive domed buildings. Bulma theorized the gravitational pull of her dimensional research equipment might be attracting the disturbances. They landed in the central courtyard of the sprawling Capsule Corp. Immediately, alarms began to sound. Unda's security systems detected Kaguya's unfamiliar energy signature. Before automatic defenses could activate, the main building's doors burst open as Bulma herself emerged, followed closely by Vegeta and, to Goku's surprise and delight, his eldest son Gohan. "Dad," Gohan called out, reaching him first with a speed that confirmed his continued training. His expression reflected complex emotions: relief at his father's appearance, concern at his altered appearance, and wary curiosity regarding Kaguya. "Your offspring," Kaguya observed quietly. "The resemblance is evident, though his energy contains intriguing variations from your own." Bulma approached more cautiously, a handheld device scanning their visitors from a prudent distance. Her blue hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, dark smudges beneath her eyes suggesting sleepless nights of research. "Goku, you magnificent disaster magnet," she greeted with a mixture of exasperation and affection. "Dimensional displacement this time, really? Couldn't stick with the usual alien invasions or time travel?" "Not exactly my choice," he replied with a sheepish grin that momentarily lightened the tense reunion. "We don't have much time, Bulma. Maybe 20 minutes before we need to return. We need to compare notes on the dimensional disruptions happening in both worlds." Vegeta, who had maintained suspicious distance, finally approached. His attention focused entirely on Kaguya, whose power he clearly sensed despite its alien nature. "And this is," he demanded, characteristic bluntness unchanged. "Ōtsutsuki Kaguya." She introduced herself with regal dignity that matched Vegeta's royal bearing. Progenitor of Chakra and dimensional guardian of the reality currently hosting Son Goku. Vegeta's eyes narrowed at her formal manner, recognizing a fellow aristocrat despite their dimensional differences. "Vegeta, Prince of all Saiyans," he returned with equal formality. "What exactly has Kakarot gotten himself involved in this time?" "Multidimensional invasion by a race of interdimensional harvesters with whom I share complicated history," Kaguya summarized with unexpected succinctness. "And containment of several entities that threatened both our realities. Time constraints prevent more detailed explanation." This concise assessment earned a grunt of reluctant approval from Vegeta. "At least you're direct, unlike some dimensional visitors we've encountered." Bulma intervened before the conversation could further digress. "Let's continue this inside. My equipment is monitoring the portal you arrived through, and the readings suggest degradation has already begun. We need to maximize the limited time available." They proceeded quickly to Bulma's primary research laboratory, a cavernous space with equipment that would have appeared futuristic even by modern Earth standards. Multiple screens displayed real-time data on dimensional fluctuations worldwide, while a central holographic projection showed a three-dimensional model of the planet with pulsing indicators where rifts had been detected. "The pattern is unmistakable," Bulma explained, enlarging the holographic display. "Dimensio. Null breaches are occurring at mathematically precise intervals around the globe, forming a geometric pattern that suggests deliberate placement rather than random occurrence." Kaguya approached the hologram, studying it with evident recognition. "Multidimensional triangulation," she confirmed. Standard Ōtsutsuki harvesting preparation. They establish dimensional anchors at precise coordinates before initiating full convergence. Just like what's happening in your world, Goku observed. But with different timing. Dimensional time dilation affects the synchronization, Kaguya explained. What approaches in 6 hours in my reality may manifest here in 3 days or 3 minutes. Interdimensional mathematics is imprecise when realities operate at different fundamental frequencies. B. Ulma watched this exchange with scientific fascination, her initial wariness regarding Kaguya temporarily overridden by professional curiosity. You understand the mechanics of interdimensional transit at a fundamental level, she observed. Our theoretical models barely scratch the surface of what you're describing. My species evolved beyond dimensional constraints millennia ago, Kaguya acknowledged. What you perceive as separate realities, we recognize as varying vibrational states of the same underlying cosmic fabric. This explanation clearly energized Bulma's scientific mind. That aligns with my quantum membrane theory. If we could establish stable communication between dimensions by synchronizing the vibrational frequencies. She turned to a nearby workstation, fingers flying. G across holographic interfaces as she began rapid calculations. Gohan approached his father with more immediate concerns. Dad, what happened to you? Those markings. He gestured toward the seal patterns visible across Goku's skin. Goku explained the sealing technique and the entities now contained within him. A simplified version that nonetheless conveyed the gravity of what had occurred. Gohan listened with growing concern, his scholarly mind grasping implications that others might miss. So you're essentially a living interdimensional prison, he summarized, troubled by the potential consequences. These entities, are they affecting you, physically or mentally? They're contained, Goku assured him, though not without qualification. Takes some concentration to keep them separated from each other and from me. The Ancient One is the trickiest. Its consciousness works differently, less like thinking and more like existing in multiple places at once. Vegeta, who had been studying the holographic display of dimensional disruptions, rejoined the conversation. These convergence points Bulma has identified, they're appearing in locations of significant power. Look at the pattern. He was right. The dimensional anchor points corresponded with locations of known significance. Sites of previous battles where massive energy had been released, places where legendary artifacts had been recovered. Even Capsule Corporation itself with its concentration of advanced technology. They're targeting energy sources, Android 18 concluded, her own analytical systems reaching the same conclusion. Establishing dimensional bridgeheads at locations that can power larger transitions. Which means we can predict where the main incursion will occur, Gohan realized. The highest concentration of energy on the planet. Quote, all eyes turned to the laboratory's central display, where one location pulsed with particular intensity, the site of the Cell Games arena, where years earlier, unprecedented energy had been released during the battle against one of Earth's greatest threats. It makes sense, Goku acknowledged grimly. That battle thinned the dimensional barriers more than almost anything else on this planet. Perfect weak point for breaking through. Time remaining. 14 minutes, Android 18 announced, internal chronometer tracking their dimensional window with mechanical precision. Bulma had been working frantically at her console during this exchange, correlating data between their observations and the readings from Goku and Kaguya's arrival portal. I can establish a communication link between dimensions, she announced. Using the quantum resonance of your portal as a baseline, we could create a stable information bridge that would persist even after you return. That would be invaluable, Kaguya acknowledged, examining Bulma's calculations with evident respect for the human scientist's accomplishments. Coordination between our realities would provide strategic advantage against synchronized attacks. Bulma turned to Goku with sudden urgency. I need a biological sample from both of you, your native dimensional signatures will serve. As anchors for the communication bridge. Without hesitation, Goku offered his arm for the sample collection. Kaguya hesitallowing suit, allowing Bulma to extract a small sample of her unique energy pattern using specialized equipment. We need stable anchor points in both dimensions, Bulma explained as she worked, integrating the samples into what appeared to be communication devices. These quantum resonators will maintain connection regardless of dimensional fluctuations. One stays here, the other goes back with you. As Bulma completed the final calibrations, Gohan approached his father with visible concern. "Dad, are you sure you have to go back? We could help you contain these entities here, find a more permanent solution than you serving as living prison." The question touched on Goku's own unacknowledged conflict. Part of him desperately wanted to remain in his home dimension, surrounded by family and familiar challenges. Yet something equally compelling pulled him back. To the shinobi world, responsibility for the entities he contained, commitment to allies facing threats he had inadvertently helped trigger, and perhaps something more personal that he wasn't yet ready to examine. "I have to go back," he answered finally. "Those entities I'm containing, they're too dangerous to risk transferring right now. And the people there are facing an invasion partly because of me. I can't just abandon them." Gohan studied his father's expression, recognizing the determination that had defined Goku throughout his life. "Then we'll come to you," he decided. "Once Bulma establishes the communication link, we can coordinate a controlled dimensional transit. You don't have to face this alone." "No hasty dimensional jumping," Bulma interjected firmly, having overheard this exchange. "The barriers between worlds are already dangerously thin. Uncontrolled transitions could accelerate the collapse." She handed Goku a sleek device resembling a communicator. "This quantum resonator will maintain stable connection between dimensions. We can coordinate proper reinforcement once we understand the full situation." 8 minutes remaining, Android 18 announced. Bulma activated the quantum resonator, establishing the initial connection that would serve as their interdimensional communication bridge. "The link needs to stabilize before you return through the portal. Once active, we should be able to maintain audio and limited data transmission regardless of dimensional fluctuations." As the device calibrated, Goku turned to his son and friends. "I'll stay in contact through this. Once we know more about what we're facing, we can figure out next steps." Vegeta approached, his expression uncharacteristically serious even for him. "Kakarot, these interdimensional null harvesters Kaguya mentioned, they're targeting both our worlds simultaneously. This isn't coincidence." "I know," Goku acknowledged. "Something's coordinating this from beyond both dimensions. You see, ing the natural connections between our worlds to launch synchronized attacks." 5 minutes, Android 18 updated. The quantum resonator emitted a series of tones indicating successful calibration. Bulma checked the readings with evident satisfaction. Connection established and stabilizing. The dimensional bridge should maintain integrity even after your departure. Kaguya, who had been examining the laboratory's equipment with undisguised fascination, rejoined them as preparations for return completed. "We must depart," she advised. "The portal's structural integrity diminishes with each passing moment." Reluctant goodbyes were exchanged. Gohan embracing his father tightly, Vegeta offering a formal nod of acknowledgement that conveyed more than words might have, Bulma providing last minute instructions for the quantum resonator's operation. "We'll monitor the convergence points here," Bulma assured them. "Any major developments will be communicated through the quantum link." "And Goku," she added with uncharacteristic seriousness, "be careful with those entities you're containing. The seal patterns suggest a delicate equilibrium that could be disrupted under sufficient stress." Android 18 transported them back to the mountain plateau where the dimensional portal awaited. The shimmering gateway had visibly degraded during their absence, its edges fluctuating unstably, the V through its center distorting like an image in troubled water. "The structural integrity is failing faster than anticipated," Kaguya observed with concern. "We must transit immediately." Goku nodded, turning to Android 18 with a final request. "Tell everyone else what's happening. And keep an eye on Chi-Chi and Goten for me." "I will," she promised, her usually stoic expression softening momentarily. "Don't do anything excessively reckless, even by your standards." With final farewells exchanged, Goku and Kaguya approached the unstable portal. As before, they linked hands to maintain RGETIC connection during transit, though this time, the gesture seemed less formal and more genuinely supportive. "Ready," Goku confirmed. "Proceed," Kaguya replied, gathering her dimensional powers to stabilize their passage. Together they stepped into the fluctuating gateway. The transition felt significantly different from their arrival, more turbulent, the sensation of molecular disassembly more pronounced and painful. Dimensional currents buffeted them from all directions, threatening to separate their linked consciousness and scatter them across the void between realities. Kaguya's Moss, Cherry of dimensional navigation proved crucial as she guided their combined essence through the chaotic space. Goku contributed raw power, his ki providing the anchor that prevented them from drifting into dimensional limbo. The journey that had taken seconds during their departure now stretched painfully, seconds extending to what felt like minutes as they fought against the deteriorating pathway. Finally, with a sensation like breaking through a membrane, they emerged back into the shinobi world, specifically, the forest clearing where they had departed less than 30 minutes earlier by local time. The portal collapsed behind them with explosive force, releasing a shockwave of dimensional energy that flattened surrounding vegetation and sent monitoring equipment flying. Tsunade and Mei rushed forward from the observation perimeter, accompanied by medical ninja prepared to address potential injuries from the unstable transition. "You cut it extremely close," Tsunade admonished, though her relief at their return was evident beneath her professional concern. "The portal began critical degradation 30 seconds before your emergence. Interdimensional transit is becoming increasingly difficult," Kaguya confirmed, her usual composure slightly shaken by the turbulent passage. The barriers between worlds thinned dangerously with each crossing. Goku, who had dropped to one knee upon arrival, took a moment to stabilize the seal's internal balance. The entities contained within had reacted strongly to the dimensional transit, particularly the Ancient One, whose consciousness had expanded during their passage through the void between worlds, momentarily touching awareness beyond conventional understanding. "I'm all right," he assured the concerned medical ninja, rising to his feet with characteristic resilience. "Just need a minute to get everything settled inside." He patted his chest where the central seal marking pulsed visibly beneath his GI. "What did you discover?" Mei inquired, practical priorities asserting themselves now that their immediate well-being was confirmed. Goku produced the quantum resonator Bulma had provided. Communication link between dimensions. My friend Bulma, scientific genius, created this to maintain contact regardless of dimensional fluctuations. He activated the device, which emitted a series of tones indicating active connection. And information about what's happening in my world. They relocated to the mobile command center established at the clearing's edge, where Goku and Kaguya provided comprehensive briefing on their discoveries. The pattern of dimensional anchors established across both worlds, TCTS between dimensions, the targeting of significant energy sources as convergence points, all painted a concerning picture of coordinated assault rather than random incursion. "The implications are significant," Tsunade acknowledged as she studied the data transmitted through the quantum resonator. "If these Ōtsutsuki are establishing dimensional bridgeheads in both realities simultaneously, conventional defense strategies will prove inadequate. We need to identify the primary convergence point in our world," Mei suggested, applying the pattern recognition that had proven accurate in Goku's dimension. "The location with highest chakra concentration or historical significance." Before anyone could propose candidates, the quantum resonator activated independently, Bulma's voice emerging with surprising clarity given the dimensional distance. "Connection stabilized," she announced. "Goku, are you receiving this transmission?" "Loud and clear," he confirmed, relief evident in his expression. "The resonator's working perfectly, Bulma. We're back in the shinobi world with Tsunade and Mei, the leaders I told you about." "Fascinating." Bulma's voice contained undisguised scientific curiosity. "True interdimensional communication without quantum degradation. I have so many questions about your dimensional physical constants." "Perhaps technical discussions can wait," interrupted another voice, Android 18's distinctive cool tones. "We've detected new activity at the convergence points. Energy signatures unlike anything in our database. Distinct from the dimensional distortions themselves." This announcement immediately refocused attention on immediate threats. "What kind of energy signatures?" Goku asked, exchanging concerned glances with Kaguya. "Structured patterns suggesting conscious direction," 18 elaborated. "Not random dimensional bleeding but deliberate probing. As if something is testing the barriers before committing to full transition." "They're sending scouts," Kaguya interpreted grimly. "Standard Ōtsutsuki protocol before major dimensional operations. They identify defensive capabilities and resistance points before committing harvesting resources. We've detected similar energy fluctuations at our monitoring stations throughout Fire Country," confirmed a sensor ninja W. Ho had been quietly monitoring equipment throughout their conversation, particularly concentrated around sites of historical significance or natural chakra convergence. The pattern is consistent with preliminary harvesting assessment. Kaguya elaborated. They map chakra distribution and identify primary extraction points before full-scale arrival. Goku frowned thoughtfully. In my world, air targeting the Cell Games arena, where massive energy was released during a previous battle. What would be the equivalent here? Where has the most powerful chakra been used historically? The Styon prompted immediate consideration among the shinobi present. Tsunade and Mei exchanged knowing glances before Tsunade answered gravely. The Valley of the End, she stated. Where Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju fought their legendary battle. The chakra released there permanently altered the landscape and has maintained elevated spiritual energy for generations. And more recently, Kakashi added. Having joined them during the briefing, it was the site of multiple confrontations between powerful shinobi, including Naruto and Sasuke's battles. The dimensional fabric there has been rest repeatedly by extraordinary chakra releases. That matches the pattern observed in Goku's world, Mei confirmed. Historical sites where dimensional barriers were previously weakened through massive energy discharge. Before they could develop response strategies, a shinobi messenger arrived with urgent news, his expression conveying significance before he even spoke. Lady Tsunade, A.V. Satur has arrived at the village gates requesting immediate audience. She claims knowledge of the dimensional disturbances and specifically asked for. He hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Kaguya. The interdimensional visitor and the freed goddess. Tsunade's expression sharpened with suspicion. Identity. She identified herself as Konan of Omegakure, the messenger reported. Former member of Akatsuki. She arrived alone, but our sensors detect unusual chakra patterns unlike anything previously recorded from her. This announcement created immediate tension among the shinobi present. Akatsuki's history is an organization of S-rank criminals responsible for significant destruction across the shinobi world made any former member's appearance cause for concern, particularly one AR. Arriving with knowledge of current interdimensional events. Konan, Tsunade murmured thoughtfully. She disappeared after Pain's assault on Konoha. Reports suggested she returned to Omegakure, but intelligence has been minimal since then. She was Nagato's closest companion, Kakashi added, and one of the most enigmatic Akatsuki members. Her paper transformation techniques were uniquely adapted for reconnaissance and precision combat. Goku, who lacked the historical context to understand the significance of this visitor, focused on the practical implications. If she knows about the dimensional disturbances, she might have information we need. Worth talking to her at least, right? Under controlled circumstances, Tsunade agreed cautiously. Have her escorted to the Hokage Tower's secure meeting chamber. Full Anbu security protocol, chakra suppression seals activated. As preparations were made to return to Konoha and meet this unexpected visitor, Goku activated the quantum resonator again. Bulma, we may have identified our primary convergence point, a place called the Valley of the End. And we've got a new potential information source arriving. I'll update you after we meet with her. Understood. Bulma's voice replied. We're establishing monitoring at our primary convergence point as well. Gohan and Piccolo are heading there now to assess the situation directly. Tell them to be careful. Goku cautioned. If these scouts are anything like what we've encountered so far, they won't be easy to handle. The journey back to Konoha proceeded with heightened urgency. Sensor Ninja continuously monitoring for dimensional fluctuations along the route. Throughout the transit, Goku maintained regular meditation to stabilize the seal containing the interdimensional entities, which had become increasingly agitated following their dimensional crossing. Within the sealed pocket dimension, Cell X had grown particularly active, its artificial consciousness analyzing He-dimensional energies it had experienced during transit, cataloging the sensation for potential exploitation. The Ancient One, meanwhile, had withdrawn into a state resembling dormancy, though Goku sensed this was strategic rather than genuine inactivity, like a predator conserving energy before striking. They arrived at Konoha to find security measures elevated throughout the village. Additional Anbu patrols monitored the perimeter, while Sensor Ninja maintained continuous surveillance for dimensional anomalies. The atmosphere among villagers had grown tense as rumors spread about impending threats. though Tsunade had wisely limited specific information to prevent panic. The Hokage Tower's secure meeting chamber had been prepared according to Tsunade's instructions, chakra suppression seals activated along its perimeter. Anbu guards positioned strategically, medical ninjas standing by in case of unexpected developments. At the chamber's center waited their visitor. Conan stood with quiet dignity, apparently unperturbed by the security measures surrounding her. Her distinctive blue hair and amber eyes remained unchanged from reports in Konoha's bingo book, though her attire had amplified from Akatsuki's clouded robes to practical shinobi gear in subdued blue and gray. Most notably, her chakra signature had indeed altered significantly. Paper still formed her core affinity, Bu. T something else, now something unfamiliar to even the most experienced sensor ninja present. Her expression remained impassive as they entered, though her eyes widened slightly upon seeing Kaguya, recognition and something like reverence briefly crossing her features before composure returned. Lady Tsunade, she greeted formally, inclining her head with respect despite their historical opposition. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Her gaze shifted to Goku, studying him with analytical intensity. You must be the interdimensional visitor. Your arrival created ripples felt far beyond Konoha's borders. That's me, Goku confirmed with characteristic directness. Son Goku, and your Conan, they say you know something about what's happening with these dimensional disturbances. Conan nodded, her movements precise and economical. I've been tracking unusual chakra patterns throughout the shinobi world since they began approximately 3 weeks ago. Initially subtle fluctuations, barely detectable even to specialized sensory techniques, then increasing in frequency and intensity, particularly after your arrival. She turned to Kaguya. And your freedom, Lady Kaguya. The foe, RMAL address raised eyebrows among the shinobi present. Tsunade studied Conan with increased scrutiny. You recognize Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. How? Her appearance was not widely known even among Akatsuki. Nagato knew, Conan replied simply. The Rinnegan provided visions, glimpses across dimensional boundaries. He saw the rabbit goddess in his meditations, understood fragments of what her sealing had prevented. Her expression remained carefully neutral. After his death, I continued his research into dimensional boundaries and cosmic chakra origins. Interesting that your former organization repeatedly sought the tailed beasts, whose origin traces directly to my sons and indirectly to me, Kaguya observed, studying Conan with undisguised curiosity. Was dimensional understanding Akatsuki's true objective rather than mere power acquisition? For Nagato, yes, Conan acknowledged. For others within the organization, motivations varied. Madara and Obito pursued their own agendas, often concealing true objectives behind stated goals. Goku, sensing the conversation drifting into historical complexities beyond immediate relevance, refocused on practical concerns. What exactly have you discovered about these dimensional disturbances? And why come to us now? Conan reached slowly into her pouch, movements deliberately visible to avoid triggering Anbu response. She withdrew what appeared to be an origami lotus flower, exquisitely crafted from specialized paper inscribed with microscopic seals. With a pulse of chakra, the lotus unfolded, projecting a 3-dimensional map of shinobi world with glowing points indicating dimensional anomalies. My specialized sensory paper has detected 17 major convergence points across the 5 great nations, she explained. H corresponding to sites of significant historical chakra release or natural energy concentration. The pattern forms a precise geometric configuration when viewed from dimensional perspective, a harvesting array. The projected pattern matched exactly what they had observed in Goku's world, dimensional anchor points strategically positioned to facilitate larger incursion. What Conan provided, however, was greater detail on chakra fluctuations at each location, revealing progression rates and intensity variations impossible to detect with conventional sensors. The activation sequence has already begun, she continued, indicating pulsing patterns within the projection. 3 points have transitioned from dormant to active status within the past 12 hours. The remaining points will activate in sequence, creating a cascading resonance that culminates at the primary convergence point. The Valley of the End, Tsunade confirmed grimly. Just as we suspected. Conan nodded. The diamond, sional thinning there exceeds all other locations by significant margin. Whatever comes through will arrive at the valley first and with greatest force. This aligns with intelligence from my dimension, Goku confirmed, activating the quantum resonator to share this new information with Bulma and the others. They're establishing synchronized breach points across both worlds. Which raises the critical question, May interjected. Having listened silently until now, why target both dimensions simultaneously? If these Ōtsutsuki seek to harvest chakra from our world, why divide resources across multiple realities? All eyes turned to Kaguya, whose knowledge of Ōtsutsuki motivations remained their primary source of understanding. She studied the projected pattern thoughtfully before responding. Standard harvesting protocol involves single-dimension focus, she acknowledged. Synchronized multi-dimensional operations are typically reserved for specific scenarios, usually involving recovery of significant assets or neutralization of specific threats. Her expression darkened. My freedom alone would not warrant such extensive resource commitment. They seek something more. The Ancient One, Goku realized suddenly, one hand unconsciously moving to the central seal marking on his chest. That's what changed everything. When we sealed it within me, something changed in the dimensional patterns. Conan's attention sharpened at this reference. You've contained an Ancient One within yourself. For the first time, her composed expression showed genuine alarm. That explains the secondary vibrational pattern I've detected in your chakra signature, or what appears as chakra to our sensory techniques. You know about the Ancient Ones? Tsunade questioned with surprise. Theoretical knowledge only, Conan clarified. Nagato's dimensional research uncovered references to entities existing beyond conventional reality boundaries, beings that observe multiple dimensions simultaneously from positions outside normal spacetime. The ancient texts called them watchers between worlds or those who exist beyond. Accurate if simplified descriptions, Kaguya confirmed. The Ancient Ones perceive reality differently than dimensional beings like ourselves. To them, all possible timelines and dimensional variations exist simultaneously, a perspective that drives most conventional consciousness to madness upon exposure. Goku frowned thoughtfully. That explains why it feels so different from the Void Walkers or Cell X when I'm maintaining the seal. It's not trying to escape. Hey, exactly. More like it's already partially everywhere and I'm just containing the piece that intersects with our dimensions. This assessment earned a look of respect from Kaguya. A surprisingly accurate interpretation for one without formal dimensional training. Yes, what you contain is merely the manifestation point of a consciousness that extends beyond comprehensible reality. And the Ōtsutsuki want it, May concluded. But why? If these Ancient Ones are so dangerous and incomprehensible, what value would they have to interdimensional harvesters? Power beyond conventional measurement, Kaguya explained grimly. Ancient Ones exist at the foundations of reality itself. Controlling even a fragment of such an entity would provide energy beyond what any divine tree could harvest, to elevate an Ōtsutsuki beyond the hierarchical constraints of our collective. The implications settled heavily over the assembled leaders. Not merely a standard harvesting operation, but an attempt to capture cosmic power for individual ascension, potentially disrupting the balance of the Ōtsutsuki hierarchy itself. So I'm basically carrying around the interdimensional equivalent of a nuclear weapon that everyone wants to get their hands on, Goku summarized with characteristic bluntness. Great. More accurate than you realize, Conan confirmed soberly. Which is why I've come to offer assistance. My specialized sensory techniques may help monitor the dimensional barriers more effectively than conventional methods. And my paper transformation since my Akatsuki days. To demonstrate, she extended one hand, which transformed not into ordinary paper but something that shimmered with unusual properties, partly physical, partly energetic, as if existing simultaneously in multiple states of matter. Dimensional paper, she explained as the assembled shinobi studied the transformation with fascination. Developed through years of research after Nagato's passing, it can interact with dimensional energies directly, potentially reinforcing weakened barriers or disrupting unwanted connections. A potentially valuable capability, Tsunade acknowledged, her initial suspicion regarding Conan's appearance moderated by the evident utility of her unique skills. Though questions regarding your motivations remain. My motivations are straightforward, Conan replied with dignity. Nagato gave his life to protect this world, believing in the possibility of peace despite overwhelming opposition. I continue his work, not through Pain's methods, but through understanding the NDA mental forces that threaten our reality. She looked directly at Goku. Your arrival and Lady Kaguya's freedom have accelerated events beyond my individual capacity to monitor. Cooperation now serves all our interests. Goku, who had developed reliable instincts for judging character through countless battles and alliances, studied Conan thoughtfully before nodding. She's being honest, he stated with simple certainty. And we need all the help we can get right now. After further discussion of security protocols and information sharing arrangements, Conan was provisionally accepted into their alliance. Her unique sensory capabilities were immediately integrated into their monitoring systems, providing enhanced detection of dimensional fluctuations beyond what conventional shinobi techniques could achieve. With new information from both dimensions and Conan's specialized assistance, strategic planning accelerated. The command center established at the Senju compound became the focal point for coordinating cross-dimensional defense efforts. Through Bulma's quantum resonator, they maintained continuous communication with Earth's defenders, comparing data on dimensional anomalies and convergence progression in real time. By late afternoon, a comprehensive defensive strategy had begun to emerge. Sensor teams were deployed to all identified convergence points throughout the shinobi nations, with specialized communication networks established to provide immediate notification of any transition from dormant to active status. Elite combat units prepared for rapid deployment to priority locations, with particular focus on the Valley of the End as primary convergence point. Throughout these preparations, Goku maintained regular meditation to stabilize the seal containing the interdimensional entities. Their agitation continued to increase as convergence approached, requiring increasingly conscious effort to maintain separation between them. Of particular concern was Cell X's persistent attempts to analyze and potentially absorb the Void Walkers within the shared space, a development that would create unpredictable complications if successful. As evening approached, Goku sought temporary solitude in the compound's meditation garden, a secluded space designed for chakra centering and spiritual reflection. The peaceful setting provided welcome contrast to the reasonably frantic preparations elsewhere, allowing him to focus on internal balance without external distraction. He had been meditating for perhaps an hour when he sensed Mei's approach, her distinct chakra signature now familiar enough to recognize without visual confirmation. He opened his eyes as she entered the garden, her formal Mizukage attire replaced by more practical combat gear that somehow enhanced rather than diminished her natural elegance. I hope I'm not disturbing your meditation, she began, remaining respectfully at the garden's edge until invited closer. Not at all, Goku assured her with a warm smile, genuinely pleased by her company. Just trying to keep everything settled inside. He patted his chest where the central seal marking remained visible beneath his GI. They get restless as convergence gets closer. Mei approached, settling gracefully on a stone bench near his meditation position. How do you maintain such equanimity? She inquired with genuine curiosity. Containing entities of such power and malevolence would overwhelm most shinobi, yet you bear it with remarkable composure. Goku considered this thoughtfully. I've faced a lot of powerful opponents over the years, he explained. Learned that panicking never helps, no matter how strong they are. Besides, he added with characteristic optimism, these things might be ancient and powerful, but they've got limits just like anything else. Finding those limits is just another kind of training. This perspective seemed to both impress and amuse Mei. You approach cosmic horrors as training obstacles. A uniquely refreshing viewpoint. Her expression grew more serious. The Mizukage's attendants would be scandalized to hear me admit this, but your straightforward courage is inspiring. We leaders must maintain constant appearances of confidence regardless of circumstance. Your genuine confidence, however, comes from somewhere deeper. The personal observation surprised Goku, who rarely thought of himself in such terms. I'm just being me, he replied honestly. Never been good at pretending to be something I'm not. A luxury many of us forgot was possible, Mei acknowledged, a hint of wistfulness coloring her tone, particularly those of us who rose to leadership during times of conflict and deception. Their conversation paused as Conan appeared at the garden's entrance, her expression conveying urgency without panic. Forgive the interruption, she began formally. We've detected significant changes in the dimensional resonance patterns. 3 additional convergence points have activated within the past hour, acceleration beyond previous projections. Goku rose immediately, internal meditation forgotten as external threats demanded attention. They're moving faster than we expected. How long until full convergence? Current progression suggests approximately 4 hours rather than the 6 originally calculated, Conan reported, her normally composed features showing genuine concern. The dimensional thinning at the Valley of the End has increased exponentially within the past 30 minutes. May was already moving toward the exit, leadership R. Responsibilities immediately reasserting themselves. We should return to the command center immediately. Lady Tsunade will want to accelerate deployment schedules. As they hurried through the compound, Goku activated the quantum resonator to update his dimension's defenders. Bulma, they're moving faster than expected here. Convergence accelerated to 4 hours estimated timeline. Are you seeing similar changes there? Affirmative, came the immediate response, though this time it was Gohan's voice rather than Bulma's. We're at the Cell Games arena now. Dimensional thinning has increased by approximately 200% in the past hour. Visible distortions appearing in localized areas. We're seeing the same thing here, Goku confirmed as they entered the command center, where sensor displays clearly showed the accelerating degradation of dimensional barriers. Conan says 3 more convergence points just activated. How many have gone active on your side? 7 total now, Gohan reported. Piccolo and Vegeta are monitoring 2 additional locations showing pre-activation signatures. Something's definitely accelerating the process beyond original projections. The command center met with intensified activity as sensor teams reported from throughout the Shinobi nations. Tsunade coordinated deployment adjustments with practiced efficiency, redirecting resources toward newly activated convergence points while maintaining primary focus on the Valley of the End. The Cage reports similar acceleration. Shizune informed Tsunade as they arrived. 2 convergence points activated, simultaneously near the desert ancestral grounds. He's deployed elite sand manipulation units to establish containment barriers. The pattern suggests synchronized activation across all convergence points within the next 2 hours. Conan observed, studying the comprehensive data displays with analytical precision, followed by full manifestation at the primary convergence within 60 minutes thereafter. We need to establish forward position at the valley immediately, Tsunade decided. Lady May, can your advanced guard deploy within the hour? Already underway, the Mizukage confirmed. Specialized mist control units should reach the valley perimeter within 40 minutes, with main combat forces arriving shortly thereafter. Throughout this exchange, Kaguya had remained silently observant, studying the activation patterns with increasingly troubled expression. Now she stepped forward, drawing attention with uncharacteristic urgency. The acceleration follows Ōtsutsuki harvesting protocols, she stated grimly. But modified, enhanced. Something is catalyzing the process beyond standard parameters. Her third eye opened fully, analyzing the dimensional frequencies directly. The resonance pattern contains harmonic structures of never observed in conventional Ōtsutsuki operations. Meaning what exactly? Tsunade demanded, recognizing the significance of Kaguya's NCERN given her extensive experience with such operations. Meaning someone or something is enhancing their dimensional manipulation capabilities, Kaguya explained. Standard Ōtsutsuki harvesting AMs lack the capability to accelerate convergence this dramatically. They're receiving assistance from something with greater dimensional mastery. This assessment immediately refocused attention on the implications. If the Ōtsutsuki themselves weren't solely responsible for the accelerated timeline, identifying the additional factor became crucial to effective defense. Could another Ancient One be involved? Goku suggested, recalling the entity contained within his seal. Maybe working with them instead of being contained. Possible but improbable, Kaguya assessed. Ancient Ones rarely cooperate with dimensional beings of any variety. They perceive us as we might perceive insects, briefly interesting but fundamentally irrelevant to their cosmic existence. Then what else possesses sufficient dimensional mastery to enhance Ōtsutsuki capabilities? May questioned. The answer came from an unexpected source. Conan, who had been quietly analyzing the harmonic patterns displayed on the monitoring equipment, looked up with sudden recognition. The resonance signature contains elements I've seen before, she stated with quiet certainty. In Nagato's research into cosmic chakra origins, he called it primal pattern, the fundamental vibrational template from which all chakra manifestations derive. Her amber eyes fixed on Kaguya. He believed it originated from the divine daimon, Scion, the source realm of the Ōtsutsuki themselves. Kaguya's expression confirmed the significance of this observation. The origin realm, she acknowledged, using terminology unfamiliar to those present. The dimensional nexus from which my species first emerged, before expanding across the multiverse. Few Ōtsutsuki maintain direct connection to its primal energies, only those of highest hierarchical standing. So we're not just dealing with standard Ōtsutsuki harvesting teams, Tsunade concluded grimly. But higher-tier entities with direct connection to their source dimension. Which explains the synchronized multi-dimensional approach, May added, strategic mind immediately grasping the implications. This isn't merely a standard harvesting operation, it's a priority extraction with resources committed from the highest levels of their hierarchy. Goku activated the quantum resonator again, updating Earth's defenders on this critical development. Guys, we've identified something important. The Ōtsutsuki forces coming through aren't standard harvesting teams, they're higher-tier entities with enhanced dimensional abilities. That's why everything's accelerating beyond projections. That aligns with our observations, Gohan's voice confirmed through the resonator. The energy signatures emerging at activated convergence points contain harmonic structures unlike anything in our databases. Even Whis expressed concern when we showed him the readings. The mention of the angelic attendant raised eyebrows among those familiar with Goku's descriptions of his dimension's cosmic hierarchy. If beings of Whis' caliber were concerned, the threat level exceeded even their initial grave assessments. We need to adjust defensive strategies accordingly, Tsunade decided, immediately redirecting planning efforts. If standard containment won't be effective against enhanced dimensional manipulation, we need alternative approaches. I may have a solution, Conan offered, reducing several sheets of her specialized dimensional paper. My research into Nagato's cosmic theories led to development of dimensional anchoring seals, constructs that can temporarily stabilize reality boundaries against external manipulation. She demonstrated by creating an intricate origami structure that pulsed with unique energy, neither conventional chakra nor dimensional power but something that existed at the interface between them. When placed at convergence points, these constructs create localized stability fields that resist dimensional thinning. Not indefinitely, but potentially long enough to disrupt synchronized activation. Similar principle to the quantum stabilizers Bulma developed, Goku observed, recognizing the conceptual parallels despite technical differences. Creating fixed points that resist dimensional fluctuation. Precisely, Conan confirmed, pleased by his understanding. If deployed at sufficient convergence points simultaneously, we could potentially desynchronize the activation sequence, forcing them to emerge sequentially rather than simultaneously. Which would allow us to concentrate defensive forces more effectively, Tsunade concluded. Immediately grasping the strategic advantage. Rather than dividing resources across multiple simultaneous incursions. The concept is sound, Kaguya acknowledged, studying Conan's dimensional constructs with evident respect for their sophistication. Though implementation at the necessary scale would require significant resources and precise coordination. Which we now have, May pointed out, indicating the quantum resonator. With cross-dimensional communication established, we can coordinate deployments in both worlds simultaneously, maximizing disruptive effect on their synchronized approach. The strategy rapidly evolved from theoretical concept to practical implementation plan. Conan worked with research teams to produce sufficient dimensional anchoring seals for deployment across all identified convergence points. While Goku relayed the concept to Bulma through the quantum resonator. With characteristic brilliance, Bulma quickly adapted the principle to her own technology. Developing quantum stabilizer variants that could serve equivalent function in their dimension. Deployment teams were assembled with meticulous attention to capability and coordination requirements. Each convergence point would receive a specialized unit combining sensory experts to identify optimal placement locations, combat specialists to provide security during installation, and technical personnel to activate and monitor the dimensional anchoring seals once positioned. Throughout these preparations, Goku maintained regular communication with Earth's defenders through the quantum resonator, ensuring synchronized implementation across dimensions. The strategy's success depended entirely on simultaneous disruption of sufficient convergence points to break the harmonic resonance pattern establishing across both worlds. As deployment preparations UNAID called the core leadership group together for final briefing, herself, Mei, Kakashi, Konan, Kaguya, and Goku gathered around the scent. RAL strategic display showing real-time status of all convergence points. Current projections indicate full activation sequence will complete within 3 hours, Tsunade summarized, indicating the accelerating patterns visible across the display. Primary manifestation at the Valley of the End approximately 40 minutes thereafter. Our objective is deployment of dimensional anchoring seals at minimum 14 convergence points within the next 90 minutes. Coordinated with equivalent deployments in Goku's dimension, Mei added, creating sufficient disruption to the harmonic resonance pattern to prevent synchronized arrival. Which brings us to force distribution, Kakashi continued, indicating the deployment arrangements displayed on secondary screens. Primary combat forces will maintain position at the valley regardless of anchoring success or failure. If anchoring succeeds, additional forces will deploy to secondary convergence points as they activate sequentially rather than simultaneously. And if anchoring fails, Konan inquired practically, then we face synchronized incursion across multiple points with limited defensive resources, Tsunade acknowledged grimly. In which case priority shifts to containment rather than prevention, limiting dimensional breaches to established perimeters while civilians are evacuated from affected regions. The sobering assessment highlighted the stakes of their strategy. Success would provide significant tactical advantage against overwhelming force. Failure would necessitate painful triage decisions regarding which areas could be defended and which might be temporarily sacrificed to concentration of limited resources. There's another factor we must consider, Kaguya stated, her expression troubled as she studied the activation patterns. The harmonic resonance frequencies suggest presence of an Ōtsutsuki hierarch, a member of the ruling echelon with direct origin realm connection. Such entities possess capabilities beyond standard harvesting commanders, including dimensional manipulation on scale that could neutralize conventional defensive measures entirely. You mean they could just ignore our anchoring seals? Goku asked, grasping the concerning implication. Not ignore, Kaguya clarified, but potentially overcome through application of sufficient primal energy. It would require significant exertion, but remains within capability range for entities of hierarch classification. This assessment added another layer of complexity to their already challenging situation. Even success with the anchoring strategy might prove temporary if confronted with Ōtsutsuki leadership of sufficient power. Then we need contingency planning, Tsunade decided pragmatically. Assuming anchoring succeeds, initially but eventually fails under hierarchical countermeasures. I believe I can offer assistance in that regard, came an unexpected voice from the command center entrance. All eyes turned to see a figure that hadn't been present in their previous planning sessions, a woman of striking beauty with long, flowing green hair and unusual golden eyes. Her chakra signature, now that they focused attention on it, contained harmonics unlike any shinobi present had encountered before, subtle resonances that somehow complemented the dimensional frequencies they had been monitoring. Forgive my unannounced arrival, she continued, stepping forward with graceful confidence. My name is Fu, and I possess information regarding the Ōtsutsuki hierarchs that may prove crucial to your defensive planning. Tsunade immediately signaled Anbu guards to alert status, while Sensor Ninja focused attention on analyzing the newcomer's unusual chakra signature. How did you enter a secure facility without detection? She demanded, professional suspicion overriding diplomatic courtesy. A reasonable question, Fu acknowledged with a slight smile. My abilities allow limited dimensional phasing, useful for bypassing conventional security when urgency demands direct approach. She turned toward Goku with apparent recognition. You must be the Saiyan who breached dimensional boundaries. Your arrival readed ripples felt across multiple realities. Goku studied her with unusual intensity, sensing something familiar yet fundamentally alien about her presence. You're not from this dimension either, he observed. But not from mine. Somewhere else entirely. Perceptive, Fu confirmed, seeming pleased by his insight. I monitor dimensional boundaries across multiple realities, what you might call a dimensional guardian. Though my role encompasses more than mere observation, Kaguya had been studying the newcomer with increasing recognition, her third eye fully open to analyze Fu's unique energy signature. "You're from the boundary realm," she stated with evident surprise. "I believed your kind had withdrawn from multiversal affairs millennia ago." Fu inclined her head in acknowledgement. Circumstances occasionally warrant direct intervention when dimensional stability faces systemic threat. The current Ōtsutsuki operation exceeds standard harvesting parameters, suggesting objectives beyond conventional resource acquisition. The exchange confirmed what they had begun to suspect, that the coordinated dimensional assault represented something beyond normal Ōtsutsuki harvesting operations. Fu's arrival, whatever her specific nature and motivations, provided external validation of the crisis's exceptional gravity. "You mentioned information about Ōtsutsuki hierarchs," Mei reminded her. "Practical priorities asserting themselves despite the unusual circumstances. Information that could assist our defensive planning." "Indeed," Fu confirmed, approaching the central display without waiting for invitation. With a gesture of her hand, the energy patterns rearranged themselves into more comprehensive configuration, revealing harmonic structures previously invisible to their monitoring systems. "The resonance pattern contains identifier harmonics specific to individual Ōtsutsuki," she explained, indicating subtle variations within the displayed frequencies. "This particular signature belongs to Ashiki Ōtsutsuki, member of the ruling triumvirate and master of dimensional compression techniques." The name clearly held significance for Kaguya, whose expression darkened with recognition. "Ashiki," she repeated, voice tinged with something between concern and contempt. He would indeed possess capability to enhance standard harvesting operations beyond conventional parameters. "You know this particular Ōtsutsuki?" Tsunade inquired, recognizing the personal element in Kaguya's reaction. "From millennia past," Kaguya confirmed reluctantly. "Before my arrival on this world, he was ambitious even by hierarchical standards, fascinated by dimensional boundaries and their manipulation beyond resource extraction purposes. His presence explains the accelerated timeline and synchronized multi-dimensional approach," Fu elaborated. "Standard harvesting teams lack capability for such precise coordination across separate realities. Ashiki's dimensional compression techniques allow manipulation of convergence points in ways that circumvent conventional defensive measures." "So our anchoring strategy," Conan began, immediately grasping the implications, "will provide temporary disruption at best," Fu confirmed. "His techniques specifically target dimensional stability nodes, precisely what your anchoring seals establish. He cannot prevent their initial effectiveness, but can systematically neutralize them once deployed." This sobering assessment threatened to undermine their carefully developed strategy before implementation even began. Tsunade, however, maintained practical focus despite the concerning development. "If disruption is temporary rather than permanent, we adjust accordingly," she decided. "The anchoring strategy proceeds as plan of limited effectiveness duration. We use whatever time it provides to concentrate forces at priority locations." "A sound approach given constraints," Fu acknowledged. "However, I can offer an enhancement to your dimensional anchoring constructs. Boundary realm techniques provide greater resistance to compression manipulation than conventional methods." Conan immediately recognized the potential value of such enhancement. "If your techniques could be integrated with my dimensional paper constructs, we might significantly extend disruption duration beyond Ashiki's initial countermeasures." "Precisely," Fu confirmed. "A collaboration that combines your innovative approach with my dimensional expertise." As this unexpected alliance took shape, Goku activated the quantum resonator again, updating Earth's defenders on these critical developments. "Bulma, we've got new information about what we're facing. The leader of this operation is someone called Ashiki Ōtsutsuki, apparently a big deal even among their hierarchy. And we've got a new ally named Fu who says she's some kind of dimensional guardian." "Interesting timing," came Vegeta's voice rather than Bulma's. "We've just had our own unexpected visitor, someone calling himself the Supreme Kai of Time. Appeared out of nowhere at Capsule Corp claiming knowledge of dimensional convergence crisis and offering assistance. His synchronicity across dimensions seemed unlikely to be coincidence." Fu's expression confirmed as much as she heard the report through the quantum resonator. Chronoa has involved herself, she murmured, seeming both surprised and concerned by this development. The timeline disruption must be more significant than initially assessed if the Time Patrol has activated. Time Patrol? Goku questioned, the term unfamiliar despite his extensive cosmic adventures. Guardians of temporal integrity across the multiverse, Fu explained. They typically avoid direct intervention unless timeline disruption threatens multiversal stability. Their involvement suggests implications beyond immediate dimensional incursion. This revelation added yet another layer of complexity to their already challenging situation. Not merely a coordinated assault across two dimensions, but an event with significance to multiversal guardians concerned with timeline stability itself. Let's focus on immediate priorities, Tsunade suggested practically. Enhanced anchoring deployment proceeds as planned. Fu will work with Conan to integrate boundary realm techniques with dimensional paper constructs. Primary combat forces maintain position at the Valley of the End while secondary units prepare for flexible deployment based on anchoring effectiveness. With revised strategy established, preparation active, it is intensified throughout the command center. Fu and Conan immediately began collaborative work on enhancing the dimensional anchoring seals, their disparate techniques finding surprising compatibility. Despite originating from entirely different realms. Deployment teams received updated briefings incorporating the new intelligence, while combat units adjusted tactical approaches to account for potential confrontation with Ōtsutsuki leadership beyond standard harvesting forces. Throughout these preparations, Goku maintained regular communication with Earth's defenders through the quantum resonator, coordinating strategy adjustments across dimensions. The Supreme Kai of Time provided parallel enhancements to Bulma's quantum stabilizers, creating cross-dimensional symmetry in their defense. I've approached despite the vast differences in underlying technology and techniques. As deployment teams departed for their assigned convergence points, Goku sought a moment's conversation with Kaguya, whose troubled expression following Fu's revelations suggested personal knowledge she had not yet shared. You know this Ashiki personally, he observed quietly, finding her alone in a small anteroom adjacent to the main command center. Not just by reputation. Kaguya met his gaze directly, momentary internal debate visible in her expression before she decided on honesty. Yes, she acknowledged. From before my arrival on this world, he was a rival within the hierarchical structure, one who disapproved of my interest in dimensional preservation rather than mere consumption. There's more to it than that, Goku suggested perceptively. This feels personal on both sides. A faint, cold smile touched Kaguya's lips. You continue to demonstrate unexpected insight, Son Goku. She paused briefly before continuing. Ashiki and I were paired for multiple harvesting operations across various dimensions. His methods were excessive even by Ōtsutsuki standards. Dimension after dime, N-Scion left not merely harvested but functionally destroyed. Ecological systems collapsed, civilizations extinguished completely rather than merely reduced. You objected, Goku surmised. Initially, on practical grounds, sustainable harvesting provides long-term resource availability, while complete consumption necessitates continuous expansion to new dimensions. Her expression hardened. Later, as I developed appreciation for diverse life forms and their potential, my objections became more fundamental. This created conflict within the hierarchical structure. And now he's personally adding the operation to reclaim this dimension, Goku concluded, understanding the significance. Not just for harvesting purposes, but to specifically counter your protection of it. Precisely, Kaguya confirmed grimly. This is not merely standard resource acquisition. It is demonstration of hierarchical authority over dimensional rebellion, with my former protection of this world as primary target for exemplary destruction. The personal element added concerning dimension to their already daunting challenge. Not merely facing coordinated assault across multiple dimensions, but confronting an adversary with specific vindictive motivation beyond practical resource objectives. We should share this with the others, Goku suggested. Knowing his personal motivation might help develop more effective countermeasures. Kaguya nodded reluctantly, recognizing the practical necessity despite evident discomfort with revealing further personal history. You are correct. Tactical planning requires complete information, regardless of complications. As they prepared to rejoin the main command group, Goku placed a supportive hand briefly on Kaguya's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that seemed to momentarily surprise her despite their growing alliance. Whatever history exists between you and Ashiki, right now we're focused on protecting both our worlds, he stated with characteristic directness. Everything else can wait until after we've dealt with the immediate threat. Something almost like gratitude flickered across Kaguya's features before her usual composed expression returned. Your pragmatism continues to provide unexpected clarity, Son Goku. Another quality I had not anticipated finding in a dimensional visitor. Together they returned to the command center, WH. Air deployment coordination continued with increasing urgency as Convergence timeline accelerated further. Kaguya shared her additional insights regarding Ashiki's personal motivations and historical methodologies, providing valuable context for tactical planning against his specific dimensional manipulation techniques. As final preparations completed, Tsunade addressed the assembled command group with characteristic directness. Deployment teams are en route to all designated convergence points. Enhanced anchoring seals will be positioned within the next 45 minutes. Primary combat forces are already established at the Valley of the End, with secondary units positioned for flexible response based on anchoring effectiveness. Parallel deployments proceed in Goku's dimension, May added, indicating the quantum resonator through which regular updates continued, creating synchronized disruption across both target realities. Which leaves of our own deployment, Kakashi observed, looking around at the core leadership group. Specifically, where our interdimensional visitors will position themselves for maximum effectiveness. All eyes turned to Goku, Kaguya, and now Fu, the three beings whose unique capabilities might prove most decisive against the interdimensional threat approaching. Their positioning would fundamentally influence strategic outcomes across both worlds. The Valley of the End, Goku stated without hesitation. That's where the primary breach will occur regardless of anchoring success or failure. That's where we'll make the most difference. Agreed, Kaguya confirmed. Ashiki will personally emerge at the primary convergence point. Confronting him directly provides the greatest opportunity to disrupt overall operational command. Fu nodded her concurrence. The dimensional thinning at the valley has progressed beyond containment possibility. When breach occurs, immediate high-capability response will be essential to prevent catastrophic expansion. Then our course is clear, Tsunade decided. Lady May and I will coordinate overall defensive operations from here, maintaining communication with both field units and parallel forces in Goku's dimension. Kakashi will lead secondary response teams for deployment as anchoring effectiveness determines. Goku, Lady Kaguya, and Fu will proceed immediately to the Valley of the End to reinforce primary defensive position. The strategy established, final preparations completed with practiced efficiency. Communication protocols were confirmed, contingency plans reviewed, and essential equipment distributed. The quantum resonator would remain at the command center, maintaining continuous connection with Earth's defenders while portable variants provided field communication capability. As Goku prepared to depart for the valley, May approached him directly, her formal Mizukage demeanor momentarily set aside for more personal address. Before you leave, she began, her voice pitched for his ears alone. I wanted to acknowledge something. Your arrival in our world, while initially concerning, has proven fortunate beyond measure. Few would willingly bear the burden you've accepted. Fewer still with such unwavering resolve. The sincerity of her words clearly touched Goku, whose usual casual confidence momentarily gave way to genuine reflection. I just do what needs doing, he replied simply. Always have. A rare quality even among exceptional individuals, May observed, studying him with undisguised appreciation. When this crisis passes, and I believe it will, largely due to your contribution, I hope we might have opportunity for conversation under less urgent circumstances. The invitation's personal nature wasn't lost on Goku, whose response reflected genuine reciprocal interest despite the imminent crisis demanding attention. I'd like that, he acknowledged with a warm smile. Something to look forward to after we deal with Ashiki and his harvesting operation. Their brief exchange concluded as final departure preparations completed. Goku joined Kaguya and Fu at the compound's edge, where transportation to the valley awaited. Before departing, he activated the portable quantum resonator one final time. We're heading to the primary convergence point now, he informed Earth's defenders. Anchoring deployments should complete within the hour. After that, we face whatever comes through. Understood, came Gohan's response, his voice steady despite evident concern. We're in position at our primary convergence point as well. The Supreme Ikai of time suggests the anchoring strategy has approximately 67% probability of initial success, with effectiveness duration directly proportional to deployment synchronization precision. Better odds than we've had in some previous fights, Goku observed with characteristic optimism. We'll maintain communication throughout. Good luck over there. And to you, Dad, Gohan replied. Familial concern briefly overshadowing professional coordination. Be careful. With final communications complete, Goku, Kaguya, and Fu departed for the Valley of the End, the location where I story had shaped this world repeatedly through legendary confrontations, and where new history would soon be written as dimensions converged under Ōtsutsuki assault. What awaited them there would tase. Not merely their individual capabilities but their capacity for coordination across dimensional boundaries. As they traveled, the entities contained within Goku's seal stirred with increasing agitation, particularly the Ancient One, whose consciousness expanded against its constraints as if reaching toward something approaching from beyond conventional reality boundaries. The sensation wasn't precisely painful, but created disorienting pressure against Goku's awareness, requiring continuous conscious effort to maintain containment stability. They sense what's coming, he observed to his co-MP ions as they neared their destination. Especially the Ancient One, it's like it's trying to communicate with something on the other side. Expected, Fu acknowledged. Ancient Ones exist partially outside conventional reality constraints. What approaches affects the dimensional fabric itself, a disturbance they would perceive more fundamentally than beings anchored within normal spacetime. The Ancient One's agitation may prove tactically significant, Kaguya suggested thoughtfully. Its reaction provides advance indication of dimensional stress points before conventional detection methods could identify them. Like an early warning system, Goku agreed, adapting to the discomfort with characteristic resilience. I'll try to interpret what it's sensing as things progress. EY arrived at the Valley of the End as sunset painted the legendary landscape in dramatic reds and golds. The massive statues of Hashirama and Madara still faced each other across the waterfall, silent. Witnesses to generations of shinobi conflict and now to interdimensional crisis beyond their creator's conception. The defensive position established by advance forces impressed even Kaguya with its comprehensive design. Specialized sensory barriers surrounded the primary convergence point, identified as the precise center of the valley floor where natural chakra convergence aligned with history. Cal energy releases from legendary battles. Combat units had established tiered response positions utilizing the valley's natural topography, while medical teams prepared field stations for inevitable casualties. Yamato, who had been coordinating the defensive preparations, approached as they arrived. Dimensional fluctuations have increased exponentially within the past hour, he reported without preamble. Visible distortions have appeared at the convergence point. Sensor teams estimate breach within 90 minutes at current progression rate. And the anchoring deployments? Fu inquired, immediately focused on their primary strategic element. Proceeding according to schedule, Yamato confirmed. 14 of 17 designated points report successful installation. Remaining 3, expected to complete within 20 minutes. Parallel deployments in my dimension are on similar timeline, Goku added, checking the portable quantum resonator. If the anchoring strategy works, we should see effects beginning approximately 30 minutes from now. They proceeded to the forward observation position, where the dimensional disturbance was directly visible even to conventional perception. The air above the valley center shimmered with unnatural iridescence, reality itself appearing to fold and ripple as if viewed through heat haze. Occasional flashes of light pulsed within the distortion, accompanied by sounds that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Discordant harmonics that created instinctive discomfort in all who heard them. Classic pre-manifestation phenomena, Fu observed. Studying the disturbance with professional assessment rather than concern. Bryn thins progressively before actual breach occurs. What you perceive is visual and auditory anomalies represent information bleeding through from the approaching dimension, sensory data your perceptual systems attempt to interpret within conventional parameters. It's beautiful in a way, Goku commented. watching the swirling colors with genuine fascination despite their ominous implications. Like seeing inside reality itself. A perspective worthy of greater philosophical exploration under less urgent circumstances, Kaguya noted with faint amusement. Your capacity for appreciation amid crisis continues to surprise, Son Goku. As they observed the dimensional disturbance, Goku became aware of Conan's arrival, her unique paper transportation technique delivering her directly to their position without conventional travel. Her expression conveyed mixed news before she even spoke. Anchoring deployment complete at all 17 convergence points, she reported. Integration of boundary realm techniques successful according to initial readings. However, she continued with evident concern. Harmonic resonance patterns have adapted more quickly than anticipated. Countermeasures already detected at 3 peripheral locations. Ashiki responds as expected, Kaguya observed grimly. His dimensional compression techniques allow rapid identification of stability nodes and systematic neutralization through harmonic disruption. The anchoring will still function initially, Fu assured them. Studying the data Conan provided. The adaptation requires sequential processing. He cannot neutralize all points simultaneously without disrupting his own operational harmonics. So we still get the desynchronization effect, Goku concluded, grasping the tactical implication. Just not for as long as we hoped. Correct, Conan confirmed. Current projections suggest approximately 40 minutes of effective disruption before synchronized convergence resumes. Primary manifestation here at the valley will proceed regardless, but secondary breaches will experience CE variable delay depending on anchoring effectiveness at individual locations. This assessment, while not optimal, provided workable parameters for their defensive strategy. 40 minutes of desynchronization would allow concentration of resources at the primary convergence point, potentially sufficient time to establish containment protocols before secondary breaches demanded attention elsewhere. Activation timeline, Yamato inquired practically. Conan consulted the specialized sensory paper she carried. Anchoring activation synchronized across all convergence points in approximately 7 minutes. Effects should manifest within 3 minutes thereafter. Parallel activation in my dimension is on identical timeline, Goku confirmed after checking the quantum resonator. Bulma's CA liberated the quantum stabilizers to activate simultaneously with your anchoring seals. As they awaited anchoring activation, Goku used the brief window to center himself through meditation, stabilizing the seal containing the interdimensional entities while preparing his own energy reserves for the confrontation ahead. The Ancient One's agitation had continued to increase as the dimensional disturbance grew more pronounced. Its consciousness pressing against the seal's constraints with growing urgency. Rather than fighting this pressure, Goku experimentally relaxed his internal resistance IGHTLY, not enough to risk containment failure, but sufficient to permit limited awareness of what the Ancient One perceived. The sensation was immediately disorienting, his consciousness briefly expanding beyond conventional perception into awareness of dimensional layers normally invisible to human comprehension. Through this expanded perception, he momentarily glimpsed something approaching through the dimensional disturbance, not with physical sight but with awareness that transcended conventional sensory limitations. The impression was fragmented and alien, yet contained recognizable elements. Immense power constrained within structured form, consciousness that perceived reality through dimensional mathematics rather than physical senses, and purposeful intent focused with laser precision on specific objectives. Ashiki Ōtsutsuki, approaching through thinning dimensional barriers with harvesting forces beyond conventional comprehension. Goku withdrew from this expanded perception. Before it could overwhelm his consciousness, returning to normal awareness with newfound understanding of what they faced. He's coming, he stated with quiet certainty. And he's bringing something big, not just harvesting teams, but some kind of massive energy construct. I couldn't see it clearly, but it felt hungry. Like it exists to consume. The divine tree embryo, Kaguya identified immediately. Standard harvesting operations deploy mature trees, but hierarchical commanders can transport embryonic forms for accelerated growth using ambient dimensional energy during transition. It allows immediate consumption once manifestation completes. Which explains the synchronized approach across multiple convergence points, Fu added grimly. The embryonic divine tree requires precise dimensional harmonics to stabilize during transition. Disrupting those harmonics through our anchoring strategy will impede its manifestation along with the harvesting forces themselves. This intelligence reinforced the critical importance of their anchoring strategy's success. Delaying divine tree manifestation, even temporarily, would provide crucial advantage during the initial confrontation with Ashiki and his harvesting forces. Anchoring activation in 60 seconds, Conan announced, monitoring the synchronized deployment through her specialized sensory paper. All convergence points report ready status. Goku relayed this information through the quantum resonator, confirming parallel readiness in his dimension. The coordinated activation across 2 dimensions represented unprecedented collaboration between realities that normally existed in complete separation, a testament to the ingenuity and adaptability of defenders facing cosmic-level threat. Activation commencing, Conan confirmed as the countdown completed. Dimensional anchoring established at all convergence points simultaneously. For several seconds, nothing appeared to change. The dimensional disturbance above the valley center continued its ominous pulsation without visible disruption. Then, gradually, the harmonic fluctuations began to alter. The swirling colors shifted toward cooler spectrum, the disco ardent sounds modulating to lower frequencies. Most significantly, the visible distortion began to stabilize, its edges becoming more defined, its internal fluctuations more rhythmic than chaotic. It's working, Fu confirmed, her dimensional senses perceiving effects beyond conventional observation. The harmonic resonance pattern across convergence points has desynchronized. Dimensional pressure at secondary locations is decreasing as energy redirects toward primary manifestation point. Conan's sensory paper displayed confirmation of this assessment. Real-time data from all 17 convergence points showing dramatic reduction in dimensional thinning at peripheral locations while pressure intensified at their current position. The anchoring strategy had successfully redirected the approach. Goku Ōtsutsuki forces toward a single entry point rather than simultaneous breaches across multiple locations. Quantum resonator confirms parallel effects in my dimension, Goku reported after checking the device. Secondary convergence points stabilizing while primary point experiences accelerated thinning. As expected, Kaguya acknowledged, though her expression remained grave. We've RCED Ashiki to commit his forces through a single-dimensional aperture rather than multiple simultaneous breaches. A tactical advantage, but one that concentrates the full force of his assault at our current position. This sobering assessment reminded our strategic success created immediate tactical challenge. They would face the combined might of forces originally intended for distribution across multiple entry points. The dimensional disruption above the valley center had visibly intensified, the approaching breach accelerating as energy redirected from peripheral convergence points. How long until manifestation? Yamato inquired, already signaling combat units to final preparation positions. At current acceleration rate, approximately 12 minutes, Fu estimated, studying the dimensional fluctuations with experienced assessment. The anchoring strategy has compressed the timeline for primary breach while extending it for secondary locations. Exactly as intended, Goku confirmed. Better to face them here with concentrated forces than fight simultaneous battles across multiple fronts. As final defensive preparations completed around them, Goku, Kaguya, and Fu moved to optimal positioning for the imminent confrontation. The primary combat platform had been established at valley mid-level, high enough to provide tactical overview of the convergence point while remaining within effective engagement range. Yamato's wood-release architecture provided strategic cover and multiple attack angles, while specialized sealing teams prepared containment protocols for deployment once breach occurred. The dimensional disturbance continued its accelerating progression toward full manifestation. The swirling vortex of energy had expanded to nearly 50 meters diameter, its center now revealing glimpses of another reality beyond, fragmentary images of crystalline structures and impossibly geometric landscapes unlike anything in the shinobi world. The sound had changed as well, the earlier discordant harmonics resolving into rhythmic pulses that resonated with almost physical impact against those observing. Goku activated the portable quantum resonator one final time before manifestation completed. Primary breach imminent at our location, he reported to Earth's defenders. Anchoring strategy successful. Secondary convergence points desynchronized with approximately 40 minutes estimated delay. How's your situation? Parallel status here, came Piccolo's distinctive voice in response. Primary convergence accelerating while secondary points stabilized. Gohan, Vegeta, and I are in position with the Supreme Kai of Time. Manifestation expected within 15 minutes. Maintain communication throughout if possible, Goku instructed. What happens in one dimension might give the other advance warning about what to expect. Understood, Piccolo confirmed. And Goku, whatever comes through, don't underestimate it. The Supreme Kai of Time says these Ōtsutsuki hierarchs operate on power scales comparable to gods of destruction. This sobering comparison wasn't lost on Goku, whose experiences with Beerus had demonstrated the awesome power wielded by such cosmic entities. Understood, he acknowledged seriously. We'll be careful. As he deactivated the quantum resonator, Goku turned to his companions with renewed determination. Whatever comes through that breach, we face it together. Kaguya knows Ashiki's capabilities. Fu understands dimensional mechanics beyond what either of our worlds comprehend, and I've got some experience fightin'. Opponents who should theoretically outclass me. An unprecedented alliance, Kaguya acknowledged with faint amusement. Dimensional Guardian, Cosmic Rebel, and Interdimensional Warrior united against Ōtsutsuki harvesting hierarchy. A configuration Ashiki certainly did not anticipate in his operational planning. Which provides our primary tactical advantage, Fu added. Unpredictability disrupts established protocols. Hierarchical operations depend on predictable resistance patterns. Our combined approach falls outside standard response models. The dimensional disturbance reached critical intensity as manifestation approached completion. The vortex had stabilized into a precisely circular portal, its edges defined by coruscating energy that shifted between silver and gold as reality itself prepared to breach. At its center, the glimpses of another dimension had coalesced into clear vision of what awaited on the other side, an assembly of beings with distinctive Ōtsutsuki apura. NCE surrounding a central figure whose power radiated visibly even through the dimensional barrier. Ashiki Ōtsutsuki, hierarch of the Ōtsutsuki ruling triumvirate, master of dimensional compression techniques. And personal antagonist to Kaguya across millennia of cosmic history. His appearance combined the characteristic pale skin and horn-like protrusions of Ōtsutsuki physiology with unique elements that marked his hierarchical status, intricate patterns inscribed directly into his flesh, eyes containing geometric structures rather than conventional pupils, and an aura of power that distorted space itself around his form. Behind this assembly, partially visible through the dimensional portal, loomed something vast and ominous, a structure that resembled a tree only in the most abstract sense. Its branches, extending in non-Euclidean patterns that hurt the mind to follow, its roots, disappearing into dimensional depths beyond conventional perception. The divine tree embryo, prepared for transplantation and accelerated growth using the chakra of an entire dimension as fertilizer. Manifestation in 30 seconds, Fu announced, her voice steady despite the cosmic-level threat materializing before them. Dimensional breach will stabilize approximately 20 seconds thereafter, allowing physical transit between realities. Goku centered himself, drawing upon years of expertise. NCE facing seemingly impossible odds against opponents of godlike power. Within the seal, the contained entities responded differently to the impending manifestation, the Void Walkers retreating into deepest recesses of the dimensional pocket, Cell X analyzing with clinical detachment, and the Ancient One expanding its awareness toward the approaching breach as if reaching for something familiar across dimensional boundaries. Whatever happens, Goku stated to his companions as manifestation countdown reached final seconds, remember we're not just fighting for this world, but for both our dimensions. Everything we care about in either reality depends on what we do in the next few minutes. Kaguya nodded, ancient eyes focused on the adversary who had once been rival and now threatened. Everything she had sacrificed to protect. For the first time in millennia, I fight not for hierarchical mandate or personal power, but for a world I chose to preserve. An interesting evolution. The multiverse operates through balance. Fu added philosophically, what threatens that balance must be opposed regardless of personal cost. The boundary realm stands with both your dimensions against hierarchical overreach. As they spoke, the dimensional portal reached full manifestation, reality itself tearing open between worlds as the approaching Ōtsutsuki forces prepared to emerge. The moment had arrived. Dimensions converged. Worlds collided. And warriors from across the multiverse stood united against a threat that transcended individual realities. The dimensional battle for two worlds had begun. Chapter 3 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.